Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. Rain fell on Gotham in sheets of silver, drumming against gargoyles and washing centuries of grime from Gothic spires. From his perch atop Wayne Tower, Batman watched the city transform beneath the deluge. Water cascaded down his cowl, pooling at his feet before spilling over the edge into the abyss below. Nights like these changed Gotham's character, softening harsh edges while amplifying shadows. The perpetual rain had continued for 7 days, as if the city were trying to cleanse itself of sins too deep to wash away. His comm unit hummed softly. "Master Bruce," Alfred's voice carried through the storm. "I've been monitoring police channels. There's been an incident in Crimson Alley." Batman's posture stiffened imperceptibly. Crimson Alley, once known by another name before that night 30 years ago. Before the pavement absorbed the blood of Thomas and Martha Wayne. Before a boy's world shattered beneath a broken string of pearls. Details? His response was measured, betraying none of the sudden tension beneath his armor. "Most unusual, sir. No violence reported, but officers described finding messages written in what appears to be mist or condensation on the alley walls. Messages that disappeared when approached." A pause. "And a scent of roses lingering in the air. The scent of roses." Batman closed his eyes momentarily behind his cowl. Andrea had always worn a subtle rose perfume, claiming it reminded her of her mother's garden. Andrea Beaumont. The phantasm. A ghost from his past who had disappeared into the night years ago. "I'm on my way." He rose from his crouched position, water cascading from his cape as it unfurled behind him. The city below shimmered through the rain, a mosaic of lights refracted through teardrops. With practiced precision, he launched himself from the ledge, allowing gravity to pull him into the waiting darkness, before extending his cape to catch the wind. Crimson Alley lay in the oldest part of Gotham, where narrow streets remembered the city's birth centuries ago. The rain fell differently here, somehow heavier, more insistent. By the time Batman arrived, the police had erected a perimeter of blue and red lights that reflected in countless puddles, transforming the scene into a kaleidoscope of color. Officer Montoya noticed him first as he emerged from the shadows. "We preserved the scene as best we could," she said without preamble, gesturing toward the brick walls. "But the message keeps fading, then reappearing when we step back. Never seen anything like it." Batman approached slowly, studying the rain-slicked surfaces. At first, nothing seemed unusual, just weathered brick darkened by decades of pollution and tonight's relentless rain. Then, as he paused several feet away, condensation began forming on the wall, droplets arranging themselves with impossible precision. "Remember the fallen," he read aloud, watching as the words glistened briefly before dissolving back into random moisture. "That's not all," Montoya said quietly. "There's something at the exact spot where—" She trailed off, knowing he understood. the exact location where Thomas and Martha Wayne had fallen. Batman moved deeper into the alley, toward the place forever etched in his memory. The rain seemed to part before him, creating a momentary shelter from the downpour. On the ground, a single red rose lay perfectly preserved despite the torrent, its petals unnaturally vibrant against the grey concrete. Beside it, condensation formed again on the pavement. Some debts remain unpaid. We tried to collect it as evidence, Montoya explained, but anyone who touches the rose feels a sudden, overwhelming sadness. Medical checked them out, physically fine but emotionally shaken. Like they'd experienced someone else's grief, Batman crouched beside the rose without touching it, scanning with his cowl's sensors. No unusual compounds detected, no technology or transmitters. He stood, rain once again cascading over his armor. Keep the scene secured. I'll need complete privacy for 5 minutes. Montoya nodded, retreating with the other officers to the perimeter. When Batman was certain he was unobserved, he touched his gauntlet to his cowl, activating a specialized filter. The world shifted to shades of blue and white, revealing heat signatures and energy patterns invisible to the naked eye. The rose glowed with faint thermal energy despite the cold rain, and there, traced in the air like a memory refusing to fade, was a silhouette he would recognize anywhere. The flowing cloak and distinctive mask of the phantasm, somehow captured in disturbed air molecules and lingering body heat. The signature was hours old, but preserved by the unusual atmospheric conditions in the alley. "Alfred," he subvocalized, "cross any reports of fog or mist behaving unusually in Gotham this week, and check if any Gotham elites have reported threats or break-ins." "Already compiling that information, sir," came the prompt reply, "and I've taken the liberty of reviewing security footage from Wayne Enterprises' downtown cameras. 3 separate incidents of unusual fog patterns were recorded, all moving against prevailing wind conditions." Batman took one last look at the rose before turning away. "I need locations and timestamps. And Alfred..." He paused, voice softening almost imperceptibly. "Pull the file on Andrea Beaumont." "Very good, sir. May I suggest you also visit Dr. Tompkins? She's been seeing a patient who claims to have encountered what they described as a crimson ghost near the Cathedral District." Batman acknowledged the suggestion with silence as he fired his grapnel toward a nearby rooftop. The rain enveloped him as he ascended, a liquid curtain separating him from the world below. The city stretched before him, a vast, breathing entity wounded by time and circumstance, much like himself. If Andrea had truly returned to Gotham, her appearance in Crimson Alley was no coincidence. She was sending a message only he would fully comprehend. The rain continued its relentless percussion as Batman made his way across the rooftops toward Leslie Tompkins' clinic in Crime Alley. The weather had driven most of Gotham's inhabitants indoors, leaving the streets unusually empty except for the occasional huddled figure racing between doorways. From above, their umbrellas formed a procession of black flowers opening and closing in the urban landscape. Dr. Leslie Tompkins' clinic remained a beacon of warm light against the grey backdrop, its windows glowing with promise even at this late hour. For decades, Leslie had tended to Gotham's forgotten, those who fell through society's cracks or who lived in shadows too deep for sunlight to reach. She had also been there the night Thomas and Martha Wayne died, one of the first to comfort a boy whose world had just collapsed. Batman entered through the rooftop access Leslie always left unlocked for him, making his way down the back stairwell. Water pooled beneath his boots, marking his passage through the otherwise immaculate hallway. The clinic was quiet at this hour. Most patients had been treated and released, or settled in the few recovery rooms. Leslie was waiting in her office, a cup of tea cooling on her desk. She didn't look up when he entered, continuing to review patient charts with the focused attention that had characterized her work for over 40 years. "You're dripping on my floor," she observed mildly, finally glancing up through reading glasses perched on her nose. Despite her advanced years, Leslie's eyes remained sharp, missing nothing. "And you look exhausted. When did you last sleep, Bruce?" He ignored the question, moving further into the office. Alfred mentioned a patient who encountered what they called a crimson ghost. Leslie removed her glasses, rubbing the bridge of her nose. "Patient confidentiality still applies, even to you," she sighed. "But since this may involve public safety, a young woman came in 3 nights ago, severely shaken. She'd been attacked by 2 men near Saint-Denis Cathedral. She claimed a figure emerged from the fog, a presence that moved like liquid shadow and smelled of roses. The men fled in terror, but not before the figure whispered something to her." "What did it say?" Batman asked, tension evident in his posture. "Some sins echo forever," Leslie quoted. The phrase clearly meant something specific. "The interesting part is what happened next," the woman said. She suddenly felt overwhelmed by memories of her own past transgressions. Nothing criminal, just moments of moral failing she'd tried to forget. She experienced them with such intensity that she came here seeking sedation. Batman moved to the window, watching raindrops trace chaotic patterns down the glass. "Is she still here?" "No. She left yesterday morning, much calmer but deeply thoughtful. Said she was going to make amends with her estranged sister." Leslie came to stand beside him. "Bruce, I've seen the file on Andrea Beaumont. If this is truly her, she's not the same woman you once knew. Grief and vengeance change people in fundamental ways." "I know," he replied quietly. Leslie studied his profile, concern evident in her features. "You, of all people, should understand how tragedy can transform someone. But remember, while your pain forged you into a protector, it drove her toward becoming an executioner. She never completed that path," Batman countered. "She walked away." "Did she? Or did she simply postpone her reckoning?" Leslie placed a gentle hand on his armored forearm. "This city has enough ghosts haunting its streets, Bruce. Don't let old wounds cloud your judgment." His comm unit interrupted with Alfred's precise tone. "Sir, I've compiled the information you requested. There's been another incident, unusual fog, reported at the Gotham cemetery, specifically near the Wayne family mausoleum." Batman pulled away from the window. "I have to go." "Of course you do," Leslie said with resignation. "But Bruce, whatever you find there, remember that some hauntings come from within. Andrea may be using your shared past to draw you into something deeper." He paused at the door. "What was your impression of her when she was with me, before everything fell apart?" Leslie's expression softened with memory. "She brought light into your life when you were surrounded by shadow. For a brief time, she helped you imagine a future beyond your pain." Her eyes met his steadily. "But even then, she carried her own darkness, a determination that sometimes frightened me with its intensity." Batman nodded once, then disappeared into the hallway, leaving only puddles to mark his passing. Leslie returned to her desk, placing her hand on an old photograph partially hidden beneath patient files. A younger Bruce Wayne smiling genuinely beside a beautiful woman with auburn hair, both of them untouched by the tragedies that would soon reshape their destinies. "Oh, Andrea," she whispered to the empty room, "what echoes are you chasing through the rain?" Outside, the downpour intensified as Batman made his way toward Gotham Cemetery, the oldest and most elaborate burial ground in the city. Gothic mausoleums and weathered angels stretched across the landscaped grounds, their stone features worn smooth by centuries of Gotham's harsh elements. The cemetery stood on high ground, offering a panoramic view of the city's jagged skyline, now softened by curtains of rain. The Wayne Mausoleum occupied the most prominent position in the cemetery's oldest section, a marble structure with classical columns and the family crest carved above its heavy bronze doors. Batman approached cautiously, noting how the rain around the building behaved strangely, falling in an almost circular pattern, as if deflected by an invisible dome. "Alfred, I'm at the cemetery. The atmospheric conditions are unusual. The weather service reports no explanation for the localized anomalies, sir. And I've recovered fragmentary security footage showing a figure moving through fog near both Crimson Alley and the Cathedral District. The timestamp matches Dr. Tompkins' patient's encounter." Batman paused several yards from the mausoleum, watching as tendrils of mist curled around its base despite the heavy rain, behavior that defied natural physics. "Anything on Andrea?" "No confirmed sightings since she left Gotham 3 years ago. However, there have been rumors of a figure matching the Phantasm's description in Metropolis and Central City, always in connection with former mob associates who mysteriously renounced their criminal activities and made substantial anonymous donations to victims' charities." The information aligned with a pattern Batman had observed before leaving Mysterious Vengeance had evolved into something more complex than simple elimination. She was forcing atonement, using fear to extract redemption from those she deemed responsible for society's corruption. As he approached the mausoleum, the mist thickened, swirling in patterns too deliberate to be natural. The scent of roses permeated the air, growing stronger with each step. At the entrance, where rain should have been cascading down marble steps, the water instead flowed upward, defying gravity in ribbons of silver that encircled the columns. "Someone's manipulating the atmospheric conditions," Batman observed, scanning the area with multiple cowl filters. "No technology detected. This isn't any system I recognize." He placed his hand on the bronze door, finding it unnaturally warm despite the cold rain. As he pushed it open, the interior of the mausoleum glowed with soft, ambient light that seemed to emanate from the marble itself. The air inside was completely dry, creating a surreal boundary between the torrential downpour outside and the silent, pristine chamber within. The Wayne family crypt contained the remains of generations, their names and dates carved into the walls with solemn dignity. Thomas and Martha Wayne occupied the most recent vault, their shared marble plate inscribed with the simple epitaph, "Beloved parents who showed that true wealth lies in compassion." Before their resting place, a figure knelt in silent contemplation. Not the Phantasm in full regalia, but Andrea Beaumont herself, dressed in a simple black coat, her auburn hair now streaked with premature silver. She didn't turn as Batman entered, but her posture indicated she was fully aware of his presence. "Hello, Bruce," she said softly, her voice carrying the same melodic quality he remembered, now layered with years of solitude. "I wondered how long it would take you to find me here. Andrea." He remained by the entrance, cape dripping onto the threshold while the interior remained mysteriously dry. "Why have you returned to Gotham?" She rose with fluid grace, finally turning to face him. Her beauty remained striking, though her features had sharpened with age and experience. Her eyes, once bright with possibility, now held shadows, deeper than the cowl could conceal. "Because the past is never truly buried," she replied, gesturing to the crypt around them. Isn't that what this place teaches us? That what came before continues to shape what is and what will be? She approached him slowly. You've been following my breadcrumb trail all night. You tell me why I'm here. Batman remained motionless as she circled him, noting the familiar scent of roses that had accompanied each mysterious incident. You've been using some form of technology to create these atmospheric effects. The messages, the fog, the scent, all designed to lead me through places connected to shared trauma. Very analytical, she said, with a hint of the smile he once knew. Always the detective. But you haven't answered the question. Why these specific locations? What connects Crimson Alley, Saint Dumas Cathedral, and this mausoleum? He watched her carefully, aware that despite her casual demeanor, Andrea had proven herself dangerous and unpredictable in the past. They're all places where lives were irrevocably changed by violence, where paths diverged because of tragedy. Andrea nodded, approving of his insight. The night your parents died in that alley, you chose a path of justice without killing. When my father was murdered, I chose vengeance with no such restrictions. She paused beside Thomas and Martha's crypt. And St. Dumas Cathedral? That's where we stood together at my father's funeral, both of us already wearing masks, though only one was visible. What do you want, Andrea? Batman asked directly, his patience wearing thin with her symbolic maneuvering. Her expression hardened slightly. Completion. Resolution. The same things you patrol these streets searching for, night after night. She approached him again, stopping just beyond arm's reach. I've spent years hunting those responsible for corrupting Gotham, for creating the environment that took both our families from us, and I've discovered something you may not want to hear. I'm listening. The cycle never ends, because the true architects of corruption keep regenerating. Remove one head, two more appear. She gestured toward the crypt entrance, where rain continued to fall in impossible patterns. Gotham itself is the problem. A city built on bones and bargains, where wealth insulates the guilty and poverty condemns the innocent. Batman's posture tensed. If you've come back to continue your vendetta... No, she interrupted. I've come back to finish it differently. I've learned that fear can be more transformative than death. The ghosts I've been creating around the city have helped several of Gotham's elite experience the consequences of their actions in ways that have proven quite enlightening. You're manipulating people's emotions, Batman stated flatly, forcing them to relive their worst moments. Andrea's smile turned sad. Not so different from the fear you inspire, is it? Just more personalized. She reached into her coat pocket, removing what appeared to be a small, ornate mechanical device that emitted a faint blue glow. This is how I've been creating my ghost effects. Technology acquired during my travels. It manipulates water molecules and atmospheric conditions, creating localized phenomena that trigger emotional responses. Batman studied the device through his cowl's scanners, similar to technology Scarecrow has experimented with, but more refined. And without his crude toxins, Andrea confirmed. This doesn't create hallucinations. It simply enhances emotional memory, brings buried feelings to the surface, like ripples in rain puddles, showing what lies beneath. Who are you targeting? He demanded. Andrea returned the device to her pocket. The remaining members of the consortium that ordered my father's death. The same group that has been gradually retaking control of Gotham's underworld while hiding behind legitimate businesses. 3 names in particular: Councilman Warren Pierce, Judge Deborah Lake, and investment banker Harrison Gray. The names were familiar to Batman, all powerful figures in Gotham with suspected ties to criminal enterprises, though nothing had ever been proven. All three had been under his surveillance at various points, but had proven exceptionally careful about maintaining their public personas. These connections were in the files my father collected before he was killed, Andrea continued. Information he thought would protect us, but which, ultimately, signed his death warrant. I've spent years gathering evidence, following money trails and connecting dots across continents. Now, I'm ready to expose them, with your help or without it. By terrifying them into confession, Batman questioned skeptically. Fear tactics create unreliable results. Andrea shook her head, a hint of impatience crossing her features. By showing them their own souls in perfect clarity, then offering a choice. Public confession and restitution, or the complete dismantling of their empires through information I've already positioned to release. The encounters with my ghost simply prepare them psychologically for the decision. Outside, lightning flashed across the Gotham sky, momentarily illuminating the interior of the mausoleum with stark brilliance. Thunder followed seconds later, its deep reverberations shaking the ancient marble. The storm was intensifying, mirroring the tension between two people who had once dreamed of a shared future, now standing on opposite sides of an ethical divide neither could fully cross. "Why bring me into this?" Batman finally asked. "You could have pursued this plan without leaving me a trail to follow." For the first time, Andrea's composure faltered slightly. "Because despite everything, Bruce, you're still my moral compass. The path I chose has taken me to dark places, places where the line between justice and vengeance blurs until it's almost invisible." Her voice softened. "I needed to know if you would stop me, if what I'm doing has crossed your immovable line." Batman studied her, seeing beyond the confident exterior to the wounded soul beneath, a reflection not unlike what he sometimes glimpsed in his own rare moments of complete honesty. "Show me your evidence against them, all of it. Then we'll discuss methods." Andrea's relief was subtle but unmistakable. "It's comprehensive, enough to dismantle their operations permanently." She hesitated. "There's something else you should know. The consortium has connections to Wayne Enterprises, specifically through board members who've been quietly undermining your philanthropic initiatives for years." This was not entirely surprising. Batman had suspected corporate sabotage on several Wayne Foundation projects, though he hadn't identified the source. "Names? Robert Hayward and Victoria Marsh," Andrea supplied without hesitation. "They've been funneling technology and information to the consortium while systematically redirecting Wayne charitable funds to shell companies they control. The information aligned with anomalies Batman had begun investigating months ago. Having specific names would accelerate his own parallel inquiry considerably. If your evidence substantiates these claims, they'll face justice through proper legal channels." Andrea's expression suggested she found his adherence to procedure quaint but expected. "The evidence is in a secure location. I can take you there now, but first," she gestured toward the crypt entrance. "The rain is speaking to us, Bruce. Listen." Batman turned toward the doorway, where raindrops had begun arranging themselves in the air, hovering in a complex three-dimensional pattern that resembled a detailed map of Gotham. Specific locations glowed with faint luminescence. The three places Andrea had left her ghost messages, plus several others forming a constellation across the city's geography. Each point marks a location where a decision altered the course of Gotham's history, Andrea explained, stepping beside him to observe the liquid diagram. "Most people see only random chaos in the rain, but patterns exist for those willing to perceive them." She looked up at him. just as you've spent your life searching for order in Gotham's madness. The rain map rotated slowly in the air, revealing additional connections Batman immediately recognized. Lines linking crime scenes, corporate headquarters, and government buildings in a web of influence that corresponded with investigations he had conducted over years of vigilance. "Your technology is creating this visualization," he stated, though uncertainty tinged his observation. Andrea's smile contained secrets she seemed reluctant to share. Perhaps, or perhaps the truth has its own momentum, seeking expression through whatever medium is available. She reached toward the floating diagram, causing it to dissolve into ordinary raindrops that fell to the marble floor. Some would call it magic, others advanced science. The distinction matters less than the revelation. "Alfred," Batman sub-vocalized, "are you receiving this visual feed?" "Indeed, sir," came the butler's measured response. "Most remarkable. The pattern corresponds with several investigations you've conducted independently. If Miss Beaumont's evidence supports these connections, it would explain numerous inconsistencies we've encountered in recent years." Andrea watched him with knowing eyes. "Still consulting Alfred. Some things never change." She moved toward the exit. "Your loyal guardian always saw through my facade, you know. He recognized the darkness in me long before either of us acknowledged it. Saw potential in both of us," Batman corrected. "Different paths emerging from similar losses. And yet here we are, still orbiting the same gravity well of tragedy." Andrea paused at the threshold, where rain continued to fall in impossible patterns. "Will you come with me to examine the evidence, or do we part ways again, each pursuing justice through our own method?" Batman studied her silhouette against the rain-soaked night. Andrea represented both what might have been and what he had narrowly avoided becoming. Someone willing to cross lines he had drawn in stone. Yet her intelligence and determination had always commanded his respect, even when her methods troubled his conscience. "I'll come," he decided. "But if your evidence doesn't support your claims, or if your methods cross into territory I can't, you'll stop me," she finished for him. "I would expect nothing less." She stepped into the rain, which parted around her like a living curtain. "We're taking the scenic route. I think it's time you saw Gotham through my eyes for a change." The cemetery gate creaked behind them as they departed, leaving the Wayne mausoleum in serene silence once more. Inside, the marble appeared to retain a faint luminescence for several minutes after their departure, as if the stone itself had absorbed the energy of their exchange. Another secret added to the many held within those ancient walls. Through sheets of rain they traveled, Batman by grapnel and glide, Andrea through an uncanny ability to move with the mist itself, seeming to dissolve and reconstitute as she navigated Gotham's vertical landscape. Their destination emerged gradually through the downpour, an abandoned clock tower in Gotham's old financial district, its massive face dark for decades, but its structure still sound beneath layers of neglect. Few people remember that this was once the heartbeat of Gotham, Andrea commented as they entered through a maintenance door high above street level. Before Wayne Tower, before the modern skyscrapers, this clock tower regulated the rhythm of the city. The interior space was surprisingly dry and meticulously organized. What had once been the clockwork mechanism room had been transformed into an intelligence center that rivaled the Batcave's capabilities in focus, if not in scope. Multiple screens displayed data streams, surveillance footage, and financial records. Physical evidence, documents, photographs, and artifacts had been arranged on walls in precise constellations, connected by red threads that mapped relationships and influence. Impressive, Batman acknowledged, scanning the setup. How long have you been operating from here? 6 months, Andrea replied, moving to a central console. Though I've been gathering the information for years. She activated a sequence that brought all screens to life simultaneously. Everything is here. Financial records proving money laundering through Judge Lake's charity foundations. Surveillance showing Councilman Pierce meeting with known assassins 3 days before witnesses against him disappeared. Communication logs linking Banker Gray to offshore accounts that fund operations against Gotham's infrastructure. Batman moved methodically through the evidence, his cowl recording everything for later analysis. The case Andrea had built was comprehensive, methodical, and damning. Exactly the kind of evidence that should have resulted in prosecutions and convictions in a functioning justice system. You have enough here to destroy them legally, he observed. Why resort to your ghost tactics? Andrea's laugh held little humor. You still believe in Gotham's legal system? After everything you've seen? She gestured toward a section of her evidence wall labeled Judicial Compromise. They own judges, prosecutors, police captains. They've systematically corrupted every level of Gotham's justice infrastructure while maintaining public personas of civic virtue. Not everyone is corrupted, Batman countered. There are still honest people in the system. Yes, the rare exceptions that prove the rule. Andrea's tone softened. Bruce, I tried the legitimate route first. 3 years ago, I provided a fraction of this evidence to the district attorney's office. Within 24 hours, the evidence had vanished from their secure storage, and the assistant DA handling the case was found dead from an apparent suicide. Batman moved to that section of her evidence wall, finding photographs of a crime scene he recognized. Lauren Mills, a promising young prosecutor he'd worked with on several cases, found hanging in her apartment. The official ruling had been suicide, but he'd had his doubts. I investigated Mills' death, he said quietly. The evidence was inconclusive, because it was professionally obscured, Andrea replied, bringing up additional photographs showing subtle details Batman had also noted. Discrepancies in the knot pattern, unexplained bruising partially hidden by the ligature marks. She was murdered for doing exactly what you're suggesting, trying to pursue this legally. The rain drummed against the clock tower's massive face, creating a somber percussion that filled the silence between them. Batman continued examining the evidence, finding connections that aligned with investigations he had pursued through different angles, filling gaps in cases that had frustratingly dead-ended despite his best efforts. The Wayne Enterprises connection, he finally said. Show me. Andrea brought up financial records and internal communications, evidence that board members Haywood and Marsh had been systematically undermining Wayne charitable initiatives while siphoning technology to criminal enterprises. The pattern was subtle but unmistakable once the complete picture emerged. They've been particularly focused on disrupting your urban renewal projects, Andrea explained. Abandoned buildings and condemned blocks create operational bases for criminal activities. Every time Wayne Foundation tries to rehabilitate these areas, their efforts are quietly sabotaged from within. Batman's jaw tightened as years of frustration found their explanation. Projects he had personally championed as Bruce Wayne, affordable housing developments, community health centers, youth outreach facilities, all had faced mysterious setbacks, budget shortfalls, and regulatory complications, despite his resources and influence. Alfred, he sub-vocalized, initiate Protocol Janus for board members Haywood and Marsh, full surveillance, financial tracking, communication monitoring. Already underway, sir, came the prompt reply. Miss Beaumont's evidence appears quite thorough. Preliminary verification shows consistent patterns with anomalies we've tracked independently. Andrea watched him process the information, her expression reflecting understanding of his internal conflict. This is why I came back to Gotham, Bruce. Not just for vengeance or justice, but because the corruption has finally reached the heart of your own operation, threatening everything you're trying to build as both Batman and Bruce Wayne. She approached him, stopping just short of physical contact. My methods may disturb you, but they've proven effective. The ghosts I've created have already motivated 2 mid-level operatives to turn evidence against their superiors. Fear of what they've done, truly experiencing the emotional weight of their actions, has proven more motivating than any physical intimidation. Batman turned from the evidence wall to face her directly. You're inducing artificial emotional states to manipulate behavior. That's dangerous territory, Andrea. Is it so different from the fear you cultivate? She challenged. The shadow you cast over criminals, the symbol you've created to haunt their nightmares. She gestured to his costume. We both use fear as a tool. I've simply refined the application. Outside, lightning flashed again, illuminating the clock tower's interior through its massive face. Thunder followed almost immediately, indicating the storm was now directly overhead. The rain intensified further, sheets of water cascading down the clock's glass with hypnotic intensity. I want to believe there's still a line you won't cross, Batman said finally. That despite everything, you haven't become what you once hunted. Andrea's expression softened with unexpected vulnerability. That's why I revealed myself to you, why I left that trail for you to follow. She moved to the window, placing her hand against the rain-streaked glass. I needed someone who remembers who I was before everything changed. Someone who could see if I've gone too far. The admission hung between them, an unexpected moment of honesty from someone who had lived behind masks as long as he had. Batman joined her at the window, both of them looking out at Gotham through curtains of rain. The evidence is solid, he acknowledged, and the targets deserve justice. But we do this my way. No more psychological manipulation, no more ghosts. And when your way meets the same resistance it always has, Andrea questioned. When evidence disappears, witnesses recant, and prosecutors suddenly drop charges. Then we adapt, Batman replied firmly, but we don't compromise fundamental principles. Once that line blurs, Andrea, there's no clear path back. She studied him for a long moment, rainlight reflecting in eyes that had seen too much darkness. You still believe redemption is possible, even for someone like me? It wasn't a question, but he answered anyway. I have to believe that. Otherwise, what am I fighting for? The momentary vulnerability in her expression hardened into resolve. Very well. We'll try your approach first. But understand that I've come too far to watch these people escape consequences again. She turned back to her evidence wall. We start with Judge Lake. She's scheduled to preside over a case tomorrow that directly involves one of the consortium's operations. If she rules as they've instructed her to, another innocent person goes to prison, while the guilty walk free. Batman nodded. I'll handle Judge Lake. You compile everything on Councilman Pierce, especially his connection to the witness disappearances. And Haywood Marsh? Andrea asked. The cancer within your own house? Alfred is already implementing countermeasures, Batman replied. By morning, they'll find themselves isolated from sensitive operations, while an independent audit, coincidentally, targets their departments. They worked through the night, the storm providing appropriate accompaniment to their methodical dismantling of corruption networks. Andrea's evidence, combined with Batman's existing case files, created a comprehensive map of Gotham's shadow power structure, connections that had remained hidden because no one had assembled all the pieces simultaneously. As dawn approached, the rain finally began to subside, exhausted clouds thinning to reveal glimpses of sky brightening toward morning. Batman stood at the clock tower window, watching Gotham emerge from darkness once more. Buildings glistening with moisture, streets washed temporarily clean. "It never truly changes, does it?" Andrea observed, joining him after securing her evidence for transport. "No matter how many times we try to cleanse it, the city accumulates new layers of darkness." "It changes," Batman disagreed quietly. "Slowly, imperfectly, but it changes. Every child who grows up a little safer, every family that doesn't experience what we did, that's change worth fighting for." Andrea's smile carried bittersweet acknowledgement. Always the optimist beneath the cowl. She gathered her coat, preparing to depart. "I'll deliver the evidence on Pierce as we discussed. After that..." She hesitated. "After that, I should leave Gotham again. My presence here complicates your work." Batman turned from the window. "You don't have to disappear this time." "Don't I?" she challenged gently. "Gotham already has its guardian, Bruce, and we both know there isn't room for my approach alongside yours, not long term." She moved toward the exit, pausing to look back at him. "But perhaps next time, I won't stay away quite so long." He didn't try to stop her, recognizing the truth in her assessment. Their paths had aligned briefly once more, but their fundamental approaches to justice remained irreconcilable, despite their shared goals. Some distances couldn't be bridged, even by those who understood each other's pain most intimately. "Andrea," he called as she reached the door. "The rose in Crimson Alley, was that really just technology?" Her smile contained mysteries she would never fully share. "Some questions are better left as echoes in the rain, Bruce." With that, she stepped into the morning mist, her figure seeming to dissolve into the lingering fog, until he could no longer distinguish between woman and atmosphere. Batman remained in the clock tower for several minutes after her departure, watching as golden morning light gradually pierced the thinning clouds. The rain had finally stopped, leaving Gotham glistening in momentary cleanliness that would fade all too quickly. He activated his comm unit. "Alfred, I'm returning with evidence. Prepare for immediate action on all fronts we discussed." "Very good, sir. May I ask about Miss Beaumont?" Batman looked toward where Andrea had disappeared, knowing she was already far beyond his immediate reach, a ghost once more haunting Gotham's margins. "She's gone. For now." "I see." Alfred's tone conveyed understanding of all that remained unspoken. "And the matter of the rose, sir? Did she explain that particular phenomenon?" "No," Batman replied, gathering the compiled evidence. "Some mysteries she keeps to herself. Perhaps that's for the best," Alfred observed thoughtfully. "Even you are occasionally permitted to wonder rather than know with certainty." As Batman prepared to depart, he noticed something on the windowsill that hadn't been there before. A single drop of water that refused to obey gravity, hovering slightly above the surface. Within its crystalline structure, light refracted to create a miniature rainbow, 7 perfect colors, suspended in momentary harmony, before finally yielding to natural law and merging with the dampness below. Some questions would indeed remain as echoes in the rain, reverberating through memory, long after their source had faded into silence. The morning found Bruce Wayne in his study at Wayne Manor, watching dawn spread across the estate's rain-soaked grounds. Alfred entered with a breakfast tray, setting it on the desk with practiced precision. "You haven't slept, Master Bruce," he observed, pouring coffee into a porcelain cup. "Even for you, this borders on excessive devotion to duty." Bruce accepted the coffee gratefully. "Too much in motion, Alfred. Judge Lake's sealed financial records are being delivered to Commissioner Gordon as we speak. The evidence against Pierce will reach investigative journalists at 3 separate publications by noon, and the Wayne Enterprises board meets at 10 to discuss the troubling irregularities discovered in an overnight audit." "A productive evening, then," Alfred acknowledged, his expression betraying subtle satisfaction. "And yet, if I may observe, you seem unsettled in a way that transcends mere physical exhaustion." Bruce turned from the window, studying his oldest friend and confidant. Andrea's approach, there were moments when it made sense, Alfred, when her methods seemed more direct, more effective than mine. "Ah," Alfred straightened slightly, "the eternal temptation of shortcuts, of power without the restraint of principle." "It wasn't that simple," Bruce countered. "She showed me the direct consequences of adhering too rigidly to a system that's been compromised. Good people dying because I insisted on playing by rules our enemies ignore." Alfred's expression softened with understanding. "If I may, sir, the difference between you and Miss Beaumont has never been about effectiveness. It's about what remains when the immediate battle ends." He gestured toward the grounds outside, where morning light transformed lingering raindrops into countless prisms. "She leaves behind fear and manipulation, however justified. You strive to leave hope and the possibility of redemption." Bruce considered this as he sipped his coffee. "She's not wrong about how deeply the corruption runs." "Perhaps not," Alfred conceded, "but depth of infection doesn't dictate method of treatment. Some physicians amputate at the first sign of gangrene. Others work tirelessly to preserve what can be saved, while excising only what must be lost." He paused, his voice gentling further. "Your parents believed in healing Gotham, not merely punishing it. In that you have honored their memory far more faithfully than perhaps you realize." The mention of his parents brought Bruce's attention to a small framed photograph on his desk. Thomas and Martha Wayne at a charity gala, their expressions conveying the genuine compassion that had defined their lives and work. Beside it lay a folded newspaper clipping from decades ago, preserved despite its yellowing edges, a review of a charity benefit attended by a young Bruce Wayne and his then-fiancée, Andrea Beaumont, both described as continuing the Wayne legacy of philanthropy with evident sincerity. Two paths that had diverged so dramatically from such similar beginnings. "There's something else, Alfred," Bruce admitted. "Something Andrea said about the rose in Crimson Alley. She implied it wasn't entirely technological, that some aspects of what she's been doing transcend simple explanation." Alfred's expression remained carefully neutral. "You've encountered phenomena beyond conventional understanding before, sir. From Lazarus Pits to the metaphysical abilities of certain associates. The world contains more mysteries than even your considerable intellect has catalogued." "You think she's accessed something supernatural?" Bruce asked. "I think," Alfred replied, measured, "that grief and purpose, when focused with sufficient intensity over years, may manifest in ways science hasn't fully documented. Miss Beaumont's determination has always been her most formidable characteristic, perhaps even more so than her considerable intelligence." Bruce turned back to the window, watching as the last vestiges of storm clouds dissipated on the horizon. "She'll be back, Alfred. When this phase concludes, when these particular targets face justice, she'll find new corruption to confront." "Undoubtedly, sir. The question is whether she returns as an ally who challenges your methods, or as someone you must oppose more directly. Alfred began tidying the desk with practiced efficiency. Though perhaps the more immediate question is whether you'll finally get some rest before confronting the board at this morning's meeting. Bruce's smile was faint but genuine, just a short one. Wake me in an hour? 90 minutes, Alfred countered firmly. Even Batman requires adequate recovery time. As Bruce made his way upstairs to his bedroom, exhaustion finally overtaking his disciplined resistance, he paused at a window overlooking Gotham in the distance. The city seemed transformed by the night's cleansing rain, its usual grayness temporarily replaced by reflective brilliance as sunlight caught countless wet surfaces. For this brief moment, it was the city he had always fought for, the Gotham that could be, rather than the one that too often was. Somewhere within that temporarily renewed landscape, Andrea moved like mist between buildings, her presence both substantial and ephemeral. Their paths would cross again, of that he had no doubt. The question was whether their next intersection would find them standing on common ground or opposed across an unbridgeable divide. As sleep finally claimed him, Bruce's dreams were filled with roses that defied gravity, rain that whispered secrets, and cathedral bells that tolled for all of Gotham's lost souls. Those who had already fallen and those who still walked the precipice between darkness and light, their fates yet to be decided by the choices they would make when confronted with their own personal echoes in the rain. In the days that followed, Gotham experienced what the press called the Great Cleansing, a sudden exposure of corruption that shook the city's power structures to their foundations. Judge Deborah Lake resigned amid accusations of judicial misconduct and evidence of bribery. Councilman Warren Pierce faced multiple federal indictments after journalists published documented connections to organized crime. And, at Wayne Enterprises, board members Hayward and Marsh were removed following an emergency session that revealed their systematic undermining of company initiatives. Bruce Wayne made public appearances supporting the investigations, his composed demeanor betraying none of the satisfaction he felt watching justice finally reach those who had believed themselves untouchable. At night, Batman monitored the ripple effects through Gotham's criminal ecosystem as various operations suddenly found themselves without their high-level protection. A week after Andrea's departure, as the upheaval began stabilizing into new patterns of power and accountability, Batman encountered an unusual figure during his patrol, a street poet who had set up a small performance space near Crimson Alley, reciting verses to a gathered crowd despite the late hour. "The crimson ghost walks through our reign," the poet intoned, his voice carrying surprising authority for someone so young. "Not seeking blood, but truths remain. Through foggy veils and misty sighs, she makes the guilty realize." Batman observed from a nearby rooftop, noting how intently the audience listened. A mixture of Gotham's forgotten souls, from homeless veterans to late-night workers to university students seeking authenticity in the city's margins. The poet continued his performance, weaving imagery of rain and fog, justice and memory, into an urban mythology that transformed Andrea's actions into something approaching legend. "Even your ghost leaves echoes," Batman sub-vocalized, knowing Alfred would hear through the cowl's communication system. "Creative interpretations spread rather quickly," Alfred replied dryly, "though I dare say there's something appropriate about Miss Beaumont's methods inspiring poetry rather than police reports." The poet concluded his performance to enthusiastic applause, receiving modest donations from his appreciative audience. As the crowd dispersed, Batman descended to street level, emerging from shadows just as the young man began packing his minimal equipment. "Interesting material," Batman observed, causing the poet to startle visibly before composing himself with admirable quickness. The Bat himself, the young man acknowledged with a respectful nod, come to critique my artistic interpretation of recent events. Come to understand what you've heard, Batman corrected. Your descriptions of the Crimson Ghost contain details not published in any media reports. The poet's expression shifted to something more serious. People talk to poets differently than they talk to cops or reporters. We're keepers of stories, not evidence. He shouldered his worn backpack. 3 separate people came to me with experiences they couldn't explain. Encounters with fog that whispered their secrets back to them. Moments where rain fell upward instead of down. Roses appearing in places connected to old griefs. And you transformed their accounts into mythology, Batman observed. The poet shrugged. Mythology is how humans process the inexplicable. Always has been. He studied Batman with unexpected perceptiveness. Though I suspect you know more about this particular ghost than anyone. Batman remained impassive. What's your name? Michael Thomas, the young man replied, graduate student in Gotham University's literature program. Street poetry pays tuition when scholarships fall short. Your Crimson Ghost, Batman said after a moment's consideration. What do you think her purpose was? Michael considered the question seriously. From what I've gathered, she wasn't interested in punishment so much as recognition, making people truly see what they've done, what they've become. His expression turned thoughtful. There's an old belief that ghosts remain when something important is left unfinished. Maybe she's trying to complete something that was interrupted long ago. The insight was surprisingly close to truth for someone working only from second-hand accounts and creative intuition. Your audience seems deeply invested in the story. People need to believe justice is possible, Michael replied simply. Even justice that comes through unusual channels, especially in Gotham. He hesitated before adding, the rain stopped after the 3 powerful people fell. People noticed that correlation. In their minds, the ghost cleansed the city, then departed when her work was done. Batman considered the poetic symmetry of this interpretation, not entirely accurate, yet capturing an essential truth about Andrea's intentions. Keep writing, Michael Thomas. Gotham needs its storytellers as much as its protectors. With that, he retreated into the shadows, leaving the young poet staring after him with the expression of someone who had just received unusual material for his next performance. Days became weeks, and Andrea's visible influence gradually faded from Gotham's conscious awareness, though Batman occasionally noted subtle signs of her continued presence, a rose appearing at a crime scene where justice had been previously denied, reports of unusually localized fog near the residences of corrupt officials who subsequently made abrupt changes to their behavior. 1 month after their encounter in the clock tower, Batman found himself drawn to the cathedral district during a light evening rainfall. St. Dumas Cathedral rose above surrounding buildings, its Gothic architecture emphasizing vertical connection between earth and sky. On impulse, he ascended to its bell tower, finding unexpected peace in the harmonious sound of raindrops striking ancient bronze. I wondered if you'd come here eventually, a familiar voice observed from deeper shadows. Andrea stepped forward, no longer in her phantasm guise, but dressed simply in civilian clothes. Something about cathedrals and rain seems to draw both of us. Batman didn't feign surprise at her continued presence in Gotham. You never left. I started to, she admitted. Made it as far as the city limits before turning back. Too much unfinished business. She moved beside him. both of them looking out over the rain-silvered city. The consortium is wounded but not destroyed. New figureheads will emerge to replace those who fell, and you'll be watching them, Batman concluded. Not a question. Andrea nodded, rainlight reflecting in her eyes. As will you, though our methods remain different. She studied him with the intimate familiarity of someone who had known both the man and the mask. The poet in Crimson Alley, he's good, captures something essential about what happened. Mythology serves a purpose, Batman acknowledged. Creates meaning from chaos. Isn't that what we both do, ultimately? Andrea mused. Create meaning from the chaos that claimed our families, just through different approaches. The observation hung between them, too accurate for comfortable denial. They stood in silence for several minutes, listening to rain on ancient stone, each respecting the other's thoughts without demanding their articulation. I won't interfere with your work, Andrea finally said, as long as you don't interfere with mine. Gotham's large enough for both our approaches, targeting different levels of corruption. Batman turned to face her directly. No deaths, no permanent psychological damage. Those are my conditions. Agreed, she replied without hesitation. I've found fear more effective than elimination anyway. People who believe they're haunted tend to focus remarkably well on atonement. Lightning flashed in the distance, followed by gentle thunder that seemed to vibrate through the cathedral's very stones. The rain intensified slightly, creating a silver curtain around their meeting place. We won't meet like this again, Batman said, recognizing practical reality, too complicated for both of us. Andrea's smile held the sadness of accepted truth. No, but perhaps Bruce Wayne and Andrea Beaumont might occasionally cross paths at some charity function or gallery opening. Two old friends with complicated history, but mutual respect. The suggestion carried unexpected appeal, acknowledgement that beneath their adopted personas and divergent paths, a connection remained that neither could fully sever nor fully embrace. Perhaps, he conceded, though I suspect you'll be quite busy with your particular form of social reform, as will you with yours. She stepped closer, briefly touching his armored shoulder, a gesture that bridged present distance and past intimacy. The rain is easing, time for ghosts and bats to continue their separate patrols. Batman watched as she moved toward the bell tower stairs. Andrea, he called softly. The rose in Crimson Alley. One day you'll tell me the truth about that. She paused without turning. One day, she agreed, when we've both made enough peace with the past to hear it, without reopening old wounds. With that, she descended into shadow, leaving Batman alone with the gradually clearing sky. The rain had indeed begun to ease, clouds parting to reveal glimpses of stars emerging in the night. Below, Gotham continued its eternal cycle of corruption and renewal, darkness and light, engaged in their perpetual dance across urban landscape and human heart alike. He remained in the bell tower until the rain stopped completely, watching as his city shook off water from its countless surfaces. Somewhere in that vast maze of streets and structures, Andrea moved like mist between buildings. Not quite enemy, not quite ally, but something more complex that defied simple categorization. They would continue their separate approaches to healing Gotham's wounds, occasionally crossing paths, but maintaining the distance that their chosen methods demanded. And perhaps someday, when enough time had passed and enough justice had been served, they might finally understand the echoes that continued to reverberate through their lives, persistent as rain, transformative as grief, enduring as the memory of what might have been and what still might be. in a city that forever balanced on the edge between despair and hope. As the last echoes of rain faded from Gotham's streets, Batman continued his eternal vigil over the city. The encounter with Andrea Beaumont, with the Phantasm, had stirred memories long buried beneath layers of duty and purpose. Yet such is the life of Gotham's guardian. One mystery resolves as another emerges from the shadows. The clouds that had drenched the city for days finally dispersed, revealing a sky painted with stars. Batman stood atop Wayne Tower, his cape catching the gentle night breeze. Below him, Gotham pulsed with its nocturnal rhythms, some innocent, others sinister. The brief peace following Andrea's departure would not last long. It never did. Alfred's voice came through the cowl's communication system, measured as always, but with an undercurrent of concern that Batman immediately recognized. "Sir, I'm afraid there's a situation developing in the abandoned arts district. Reports of unusual activity. The police are describing sounds that don't appear human." Batman's gaze turned toward the distant collection of warehouses and forgotten theaters that had once been Gotham's cultural center, now fallen into disrepair and darkness. "Details?" he asked, already preparing to move. "Fragmented at best," Alfred replied, "but there are mentions of music, sir. Discordant melodies playing from buildings thought empty for years, and..." He hesitated. "Reports of missing persons from nearby neighborhoods, people vanishing without trace, only to be glimpsed later, changed somehow." Batman launched his grapnel into the night. "I'm on my way." As he swung through the cool night air toward another mystery, another darkness to confront, the last lingering sense of rain gave way to something else on the wind. The faint but unmistakable smell of antiseptic, underlying notes of decay, and, strangest of all, the subtle fragrance of perfume. In Gotham, the night always brings new horrors, and in the abandoned arts district, someone was orchestrating a performance unlike any the city had witnessed before. A nocturne of the broken, conducted by hands both skilled and utterly mad. The Phantasm's reign had passed. Now a different storm was brewing, one that would test Batman's resolve in ways even Andrea's ghost could not have foreseen. Moonlight spilled across Gotham like silver paint, illuminating the city's Gothic architecture with an ethereal glow that transformed even its darkest corners into works of haunting beauty. From his vantage point atop the Gotham Opera House, Batman watched as wind-scattered newspapers danced across empty streets, their movements echoing the ghostly choreography of a forgotten ballet. The city had a different rhythm at night, a nocturne composed of distant sirens, whispered conversations, and the ever-present hum of urban electricity. Tonight, however, a discordant note had entered this familiar symphony. "Third victim found this morning," Commissioner Gordon's voice crackled through the comlink in Batman's cowl. Same signature as the others, porcelain mask fused to the face, the word "perfect" inscribed on the forehead. Victim was alive, but changed. Medicals still trying to figure out exactly what was done to them. Batman's eyes narrowed beneath his cowl as he processed this information. Location: abandoned costume shop in the theater district. Place has been closed for years, but someone's been using it. We found surgical equipment, though nothing high-end. Whoever's doing this is improvising with what they can find. The theater district had once been Gotham's cultural crown jewel, where the city's elite gathered to see and be seen. Economic downturns had transformed it into a shadow of its former glory. Marquee's dark, velvet seats gathering dust. Now it seemed something even darker had taken residence among the faded glamour. "Am heading there now," Batman replied, his voice low and measured. Have your people pull back. There may be evidence they've missed. Already done. They know the drill by now. Gordon paused, and Batman could hear him exhaling cigarette smoke. There's something else. This victim was clutching a playbill, not from any show I've ever heard of. It's titled The Final Performance, a grand celebration of perfection. Lists a date 3 nights from now, but no venue. Send me the images, Batman instructed, already launching himself from his perch. His cape caught the night air, transforming into rigid wings that carried him over Gotham's labyrinthian streets. The theater district lay before him, a collection of ornate buildings whose faded grandeur recalled an era when art and beauty had been Gotham's aspiration rather than a distant memory. As he glided toward his destination, Alfred's voice joined the conversation. "I've received the Commissioner's files, sir. Most concerning. The mask appears to be custom-made for each victim, molded to their facial structure, but idealized. Features smoothed, proportions altered to match classical standards of beauty. Someone's idea of perfection," Batman observed, landing silently on a decaying awning. The costume shop lay just ahead, its windows boarded up, its once vibrant signage now faded to ghostly outlines. "Indeed, sir. And the modifications don't stop at the mask. Preliminary medical reports indicate substantial surgical alterations beneath, muscle tissue reshaped, in some cases bones remodeled, all without proper medical protocols. It's a miracle the victim survived at all." Batman's jaw tightened. They weren't meant to survive. They were meant to be transformed. The costume shop's rear entrance had been recently used, the accumulated grime on the handle disturbed, faint footprints visible in the dust. Batman slipped inside, his cowl automatically adjusting to the dimness. What had once been a treasure trove of theatrical magic now resembled a nightmare. Mannequins stood in silent rows, their blank faces watching as he moved through the space. Costumes hung like the shed skins of strange creatures, their colors muted by time and neglect. The main workroom had been converted into a grotesque operating theater. A chair reminiscent of those used by dentists dominated the center, modified with restraints and surrounded by rolling trays of instruments. Some were legitimate surgical tools, others appeared to be repurposed from costume-making equipment, scissors, needles, forms for shaping masks. "Alfred, I'm sending you images of the setup," Batman said, his cowl's camera capturing the disturbing scene. "This is methodical work. Our suspect has medical knowledge, possibly surgical experience, combined with artistic training. Cross-referencing now, sir. The craftsmanship on these masks is quite distinctive. Porcelain work of this quality requires specific skills." Alfred's typing was audible in the background. "I'm also analyzing the handwriting on that playbill." Batman moved methodically through the space, gathering evidence without disturbing the scene. Beneath the chair partially hidden, he found a small music box. When opened, it played a delicate tinkling melody that Batman immediately recognized as a simplified version of an aria from the Magic Flute, Mozart's opera about transformation and trials. "Our suspect has a fondness for opera," he noted, carefully bagging the music box. "Specifically pieces about metamorphosis, becoming something new." "The theater district does include the old Gotham Opera House," Alfred replied, "abandoned since the Wayne Foundation diverted its funding to the new Performing Arts Center downtown." There was a hint of reproach in his voice that Batman didn't miss. "Father thought the city needed something modern, unburdened by the past." Batman responded quietly. He couldn't have known how quickly the old district would decline. Batman's attention was drawn to a cabinet that seemed newer than the shop's other furnishings. Inside, he found rows of porcelain masks in various stages of completion, each one beautiful in a cold, perfect way. Behind the masks, a notebook contained detailed sketches of faces, some recognizable as the victims already discovered, others unknown. Each sketch showed a before face and then an after, with the imperfections removed, features idealized. "He's planning more transformations," Batman said grimly. "The playbill wasn't just theater, he's building towards something he considers a masterpiece." As Batman turned to leave, something crunched beneath his boot, a shard of porcelain that had fallen behind a workbench. He bent to examine it and found it was the broken corner of a mask bearing a partial signature, Laszlo V. "Alfred, check the name Laszlo V against known offenders with medical or artistic backgrounds." The response came almost immediately. "Laszlo Valentine, sir. Former plastic surgeon whose license was revoked after patients complained about unauthorized procedures. He claimed to be improving them beyond what they'd consented to. After his medical career ended, he worked briefly as a mask maker for the Gotham Opera, before being dismissed for increasingly erratic behavior. He disappeared from public record approximately 3 years ago. The Valentine, someone who believed he knew better than his patients what would make them beautiful. There's more, sir. Valentine had a particular fixation on classical standards of beauty, wrote several rejected academic papers arguing that modern aesthetic medicine was too constrained by patients' wishes rather than objective perfection. He was particularly drawn to opera because, in his words, it transformed flawed humans into vessels of perfect sound. Send me his last known address and any properties connected to him," Batman instructed, already moving toward the exit. "And Alfred, look into any connections between Valentine and the theater district, especially the old opera house. I have a feeling our final performance might be staged somewhere significant to him." Gotham General Hospital maintained a special wing for victims of the city's more unusual crimes, a necessary adaptation in a place that had seen everything from Scarecrow's fear toxin to Poison Ivy's botanical manipulations. The first victim, discovered with one of Valentine's masks, had been transferred here after conventional medical facilities proved unable to address their condition. Dr. Leslie Tompkins met Batman on the roof, her expression grim. "I wondered when you'd show up. Our patient's stabilized, but there are complications. The mask isn't just attached, it's integrated. The material has bonded with the underlying tissue in ways I've never seen before. Removing it would cause catastrophic damage." "I need to speak with them," Batman said. Dr. Tompkins led Batman through quiet corridors to a private room, where a figure sat motionless by the window. In the moonlight, the porcelain mask gleamed with an unearthly beauty, perfect symmetrical features, lips curved in a serene smile that never reached the human eyes visible through the eye holes. "My name is Batman," he said quietly, approaching the figure with measured steps. "I'm here to help find the person who did this to you." The masked figure turned slowly, movements deliberate and graceful in a way that seemed practiced rather than natural. "Why would I want you to find him?" The voice was soft, measured, with a musical quality that hadn't been present in the recordings of the victim's previous statements to police. "He made me perfect." Batman carefully seated himself across from the victim, a person named Morgan Chen, according to their file, formerly a street performer in the theater district. "Perfect in whose eyes, Morgan?" "In the eyes of true beauty." The masked figure gestured toward the window, toward the distant lights of the theater district. "He showed me what I could become. The first performance was painful, yes, but art requires sacrifice." "First performance?" Batman prompted gently. "The transformation is just the beginning." We are his instruments now, being tuned for the final performance. The mask's fixed smile seemed to take on a different quality in the dim light. 3 nights from now, the whole city will see what true perfection means. He's chosen his chorus carefully. Where is this performance happening, Morgan? There are others he plans to transform. You could help them. The masked figure tilted their head, the movement oddly mechanical. Help them avoid transcendence. Why would I do that? They leaned forward slightly. He said you might come. The man who wears a mask but fears transformation. He said you're afraid of perfection because it would mean giving up the broken boy inside you. Batman kept his expression neutral. Valentine doesn't know me, doesn't he? Morgan's voice took on a sing-song quality. He says, the wealthy build grand opera houses, then abandon them, just as they abandon the broken people of this city. The final performance will be a reunion, bringing Gotham's forgotten beauty back to those who discarded it. A nurse appeared at the doorway, signaling to Batman that the patient needed rest. As he rose to leave, Morgan called after him. He's watching you, you know, testing you, the masks you wear. He wonders which is the real one and which is the disguise. In the corridor, Dr. Tompkins handed Batman a medical file. This might help. We've been analyzing the porcelain compound. It's unique, contains traces of materials typically found in theatrical makeup, particularly the kind used in opera to create the appearance of perfect skin under stage lights. But it's been modified, combined with a polymer that bonds to human tissue. There's something else you should know, Dr. Tompkins added, her voice lowered. We found musical notations inked onto the inside of the mask, visible only through our imaging. Each victim has different notes. Together they might form a composition. He's literally inscribing his art onto his victims, Batman said. Thank you, Leslie. Keep me updated on any changes in their condition. As Batman departed through the hospital's service corridors, Alfred's voice returned through the comlink. Sir, I've been researching Valentine's connection to the theater district as requested. He was employed at the Gotham Opera House during its final season before closure. According to staff interviews conducted after his medical license was revoked, he was particularly obsessed with the opera Pygmalion, the story of a sculptor who creates a statue so perfect he falls in love with it, whereupon the gods bring it to life. Pygmalion, Batman repeated, the connection suddenly clear. The sculptor who believed he could create perfection. Valentine sees himself in that role, transforming living people into his idea of perfect art. Precisely, sir. And there's more. After his dismissal, Valentine apparently continued to access the opera house illegally. Security reported finding evidence someone was living in the sub-basement, the area once used for costume and makeup storage. Batman was already changing course, heading toward the ornate facade of the Gotham Opera House. That's where he'll stage his final performance. It's not just a building to him, it's a symbol of the beauty he thinks society has abandoned. The Gotham Opera House had once been the crowning jewel of the city's cultural life, a magnificent structure whose architecture blended Gothic revival with Art Nouveau influences. Now its grandeur was faded, windows boarded, intricate stonework crumbling in places, yet even in decline it maintained a haunting beauty, a ghost of artistic aspiration that refused to completely surrender to decay. Batman bypassed the main entrance, knowing it would be sealed, and instead accessed the building through the old service tunnels that connected many of Theater District's grand venues. These passages had once allowed performers and stagehands to move between buildings during Gotham's cultural heyday. particularly during the elaborate festivals that would occupy multiple venues simultaneously. The tunnels were dark and damp, water seeping through aging concrete. Batman moved silently, his cowl's enhanced vision revealing the path ahead. As he ventured deeper beneath the opera house, he detected something unexpected, the faint strains of music echoing through the passages. Not recorded music, but the delicate notes of a piano being played live. The melody, hauntingly beautiful despite its discordant undertones. "Alfred, I'm hearing music from within the building. Valentine may be present. Exercise extreme caution, sir." Valentine's psychological evaluations after his medical license was revoked indicated significant detachment from reality. He genuinely believes he's performing a service by perfecting people against their will. The music grew louder as Batman approached a junction in the tunnels, one path leading toward the main basement, another descending deeper toward areas that predated the opera house itself. The notes were complex now, layered with emotion that ranged from tender to frantic within the space of a few measures. Batman chose the deeper path, following the music to its source. The tunnel opened into a vast sub-basement that had been transformed into a grotesque workshop. Surgical equipment stood alongside makeup tables and costume forms. The walls were covered with anatomical drawings, interspersed with classical artwork depicting ideal human forms. Greek statues, Renaissance paintings, ballet dancers captured in moments of perfect poise. At the center of this disturbing gallery, a man sat at an antique piano, his fingers dancing across the keys with undeniable mastery. He wore surgical scrubs, but they were styled to resemble formal evening wear, complete with a bow tie. Most disturbingly, he wore a pig mask, not porcelain like his victims, but a more elaborate creation that covered his entire head, crafted with unsettling attention to detail. Batman remained in the shadows, observing. Around the piano stood a dozen mannequins arranged like an audience, each wearing a porcelain mask similar to those found on the victims. But these weren't mannequins, Batman realized with growing horror. They were people, standing unnaturally still, their rhythmic breathing the only indication they were alive. The music stopped abruptly, the final note hanging in the air like a question. The masked figure turned toward the shadows where Batman concealed himself. "I know you're there," the man said, his voice surprisingly melodious despite the pig mask that covered his face. "The Dark Knight, come to witness my rehearsal. Please, don't lurk in the wings. Every performance needs a critic." Batman stepped forward, moving deliberately into the dim light. "Dr. Valentine." The masked figure stood, bowing with theatrical flourish. "That name belongs to a person who no longer exists. I am Professor Pig now, the artist who will bring perfection back to this imperfect city." He gestured toward his silent, masked audience. "Do you admire my Dolatrons? Each one unique, yet each one perfect in their new form." "You've hurt these people," Batman said, his voice low and controlled. "Transformed them against their will." "Hurt?" Pig seemed genuinely confused by the concept. "One cannot create beauty without breaking what is flawed. The butterfly must destroy the caterpillar to emerge. The opera singer must break their natural speaking voice to discover the perfect tones within." He moved among his Dolatrons, adjusting their positions with the care of a director blocking a scene. "These fortunate few are merely the first. The final performance will transform dozens more, a chorus of perfection rising from Gotham's forgotten places." "The performance isn't going to happen, Valentine. Your work ends tonight." Pig tilted his head. the pig mask catching the light in a way that made it seem almost alive. "You disappoint me, Batman. I thought you of all people would understand. You who wear a mask to become something greater than human. Are we not kindred spirits? Both sculptors of a better reality? I don't force my vision on unwilling victims," Batman replied, studying the room for any sign of the missing people who might be intended for Pig's chorus. "Boss," Pudgy laughed, the sound distorted by his mask. "I offer liberation. These broken, forgotten people, discarded by Gotham just as this beautiful building was discarded when something newer, shinier caught the city's attention." His voice hardened. "When your father abandoned the old opera house to build his modern monstrosity downtown, did he consider what would happen to the art that lived here, the souls who found meaning on this stage?" Batman kept his expression neutral, despite the unexpected mention of his father. "This isn't about preserving art, it's about control. Your need to remake people according to your vision." "You're wrong," Pike said, returning to his piano. His fingers caressed the keys without pressing them, as if drawing comfort from their presence. "This is about revealing the truth beneath the flaws. Everyone wears masks, Batman. Some physically, some metaphorically. My Dolatrons simply wear theirs on the outside, honest about their transformation." He looked up suddenly. "But which is your true face? The masked vigilante or the man beneath? Which is the performance and which is real?" Before Batman could respond, the Dolatrons began to move in perfect unison, forming a circle around him. Their movements were graceful but unnatural, like ballet dancers whose joints had been re-engineered. "My chorus won't harm you," Pig assured him, returning to playing the piano. "They simply want to show you their dance, the dance of the transformed. Watch how beautiful they are in their perfection." The Dolatrons moved with disturbing synchronization, their masked faces catching the light, their bodies flowing through choreographed sequences that seemed both beautiful and wrong. Batman remained still, analyzing their movements for weaknesses, for signs of the people they had been before Pig's perfection. "Where are the others, Valentine?" Batman demanded. "The ones you've taken for your final performance?" Pig's fingers continued dancing across the piano keys, the melody becoming more complex, driving the Dolatrons to move faster, preparing, becoming. The transformation takes time if it's to be done properly. Some are still resistant to the beauty I offer. His voice took on a dreamy quality, but by tomorrow night they'll understand. And on the third night, Gotham will witness perfection, reborn on the stage that was abandoned to decay. Batman activated his cowl scanner, searching for heat signatures beyond those visible in the room. The opera house was vast, with numerous spaces where victims could be held. "Your medical license was revoked because you couldn't accept that beauty is subjective, that patients had the right to define their own perfection." "Subjective?" Pike's fingers crashed down on the keys, producing a discordant sound that made the Dolatrons freeze in place. "Perfect proportion is mathematics, not opinion. The golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence. These are the building blocks of true beauty." He rose from the piano, moving toward Batman with surprising grace for his bulky frame. "I studied for years, mastering both the science of physical transformation and the art of aesthetic perfection. I alone understand how to unite them." As he approached, Batman noticed something in Pig's movements, a slight hesitation in his left leg, a physical imperfection at odds with his obsession with perfection. "If perfection is so attainable," Batman said carefully, "why hide your own face behind a mask?" Pai Ji stopped abruptly. "My appearance is irrelevant. The artist need not embody his art, he must simply create it. He turned back toward his piano. Besides, the pig is humanity's truest form, always rooting in the mud for pleasure, for sustenance, never looking up at the stars. I wear this face as a reminder of what I transcend through my work. While Pig was distracted, Batman surreptitiously placed a small tracking device on the nearest Dollartron. If he couldn't locate the other victims immediately, the tracker would allow him to find them later by following the movements of Pig's existing creations. Your final performance won't happen, Batman stated with quiet certainty. I'm shutting this down now. You're welcome to try, Pike replied, suddenly calm again. But my work is already in motion. The old passages beneath the theater district connect more than just buildings. They connect dreams, Batman. Dreams of what Gotham once was, and what it could be again. He struck a sequence of notes that seemed to serve as some kind of signal. Perhaps you should experience transformation yourself before you judge it. At this cue, the Dollartrons surged forward with unexpected speed. Batman had been prepared for an attack, but not for their coordinated precision. They moved not as individuals, but as components of a single organism, each one anticipating and complementing the other's movements. Batman evaded their initial rush, using his superior training to stay out of their grasp. But fighting the Dollartrons presented a unique challenge. They showed no reaction to pain, no self-preservation instinct. They were, as Pig had named them, like dolls, moving according to their programming regardless of the damage they sustained. They feel no pain, Pyth called out, continuing to play as he watched the confrontation. Pain is imperfection, and I have removed imperfection from their existence. Such liberty, to be freed from suffering. Batman calculated his options. The approaching footsteps suggested more Dollartrons. While he could likely defeat them, doing so without causing harm to the victims inside would be challenging. More importantly, engaging them would prevent him from locating and helping the newer captives that Pig was still in the process of transforming. Batman made his decision. He threw a smoke pellet to the ground, filling the chamber with dense fog. As the Dollartrons milled in confusion, he moved swiftly toward a different tunnel than the one he'd entered through. One that, according to the old blueprints, should lead toward the Opera House's main basement. No! Pig called out, his voice echoing through the smoke. You're running from beauty, from perfection. The piano music became frantic, dissonant chords that somehow directed the Dollartrons despite the obscured visibility. Find him, bring him back to witness. Batman moved silently through the tunnel, hearing the controlled breathing of the Dollartrons as they pursued with relentless determination. The passage narrowed, then opened into what had once been a costume storage area for the opera company. Now it had been converted into another workshop, similar to the one in the abandoned costume shop, but larger, more elaborate. Here, Batman found what he'd been searching for, evidence of Pike's preparations for his final performance. Dozens of porcelain masks lined the walls, each one unique yet conforming to the same impossible standard of beauty. Surgical tables stood ready, equipped with restraints and arrays of instruments. Most disturbing was a corkboard displaying photographs of people, all apparently homeless or marginalized residents of the theater district, with notations about their potential and how they would fit into the grand chorus. Alfred, I've found his planning center, Batman reported, quickly photographing the evidence with his Cowl's camera. Valentine has been targeting the homeless population around the theater district. Specifically people with musical backgrounds, former musicians, singers who never made it, street performers, creating his ideal chorus from those society has forgotten, Alfred observed grimly. there's a certain horrible logic to it. On a desk in the corner, Batman found designs for the Opera House's main stage, diagrams showing how Pig planned to modify it for his grotesque performance. The plans indicated complex machinery that would transform the performers during the show itself, a public demonstration of his art that would culminate in the revelation of his masterpiece. He's planning to use the original stage machinery, Batman realized. The Opera House was famous for its innovative hydraulics that could transform the stage during performances. Valentine's repurposing it. Batman heard the approaching Dollartrons and knew his time in this location was limited. Before leaving, he spotted a journal on the desk, its pages filled with Pig's flowing, elegant handwriting. He quickly photographed several key pages, then slipped away through a maintenance shaft, just as the first Dollartrons entered the workshop. The shaft led upward, eventually opening into the Opera House's vast backstage area. As he approached the main stage, he froze at the sight before him. The grand stage of the Gotham Opera House had been partially restored, its famous machinery apparently operational again. Complex arrangements of pulleys, gears, and hydraulic systems gleamed with fresh oil. At center stage stood what appeared to be some kind of conversion apparatus, a machine designed to apply the porcelain masks and somehow fuse them to living faces. But what truly drew Batman's attention were the cages positioned in the orchestra pit, cages containing people. Unlike the Dollartrons, these individuals still had their own faces, though many showed signs of sedation. They huddled together, some whimpering quietly, others staring with vacant expressions that suggested they'd been drugged. Batman's first instinct was to free them immediately, but years of experience had taught him caution. The cages might be booby-trapped, or the victims might be too compromised to move safely without medical support. As he analyzed the situation, movement in the wings caught his attention. More Dollartrons, emerging from the shadows with their unnaturally fluid grace. "Sir, I've accessed the security feeds around the Opera House." Alfred's voice came through, broken by static. "Valentine has lookouts positioned at every entrance. Police presence would be detected immediately, potentially endangering the hostages." Batman made a rapid assessment. "I've found approximately 20 hostages in the orchestra pit. There appear to be at least 15 Dollartrons inside the building, possibly more. Valentine himself is likely still in the sub-basement at his piano. It seems to be how he coordinates the Dollartron's movements. If I may suggest, sir, secure the hostages' location, but do not attempt extraction yet. Return with proper medical support and a more comprehensive plan. These people will need specialized care." Batman reluctantly acknowledged the wisdom in Alfred's words. He would need to return to the cave, analyze the information gathered, and develop a strategy that would neutralize Pig, while ensuring the safety of both his existing victims and those he planned to transform. Before departing, Batman placed additional tracking devices near the cages and took detailed scans of the conversion apparatus on stage. Whatever Valentine had planned for his final performance, understanding his technology would be key to preventing it. As Batman made his way out through the Opera House's upper levels, he passed what had once been the Grand Lobby, a space where Gotham's elite had gathered in evening wear, their faces composed into masks of sophistication and cultural appreciation. Now dusty mirrors reflected his solitary figure moving through the decay. A different kind of mask, a different kind of performance. Pig's words echoed uncomfortably in his mind. Which is your true face, the masked vigilante or the man beneath? Which is the performance and which is real? The Batcave's cold, pristine environment provided a stark contrast to the decaying grandeur of the Opera House. As Batman removed his cowl, becoming Bruce Wayne once more, Alfred was already at work analyzing the data collected during the reconnaissance. The journal entries you photographed are most illuminating, sir, Alfred observed, enlarging portions of text on the main computer screen. Valentine, or Professor Pig as he now styles himself, appears to have developed a new polymer that bonds with human tissue. Combined with surgical alterations and some kind of neural reconfiguration, it allows him to program his victims' movements. He refers to it as choreography of the flesh. Bruce studied the technical specifications with growing concern. He's using techniques from both modern medicine and theatrical special effects. The polymer mimics the properties of theatrical masks, but perverts their purpose. Instead of being worn for a temporary performance, they become permanently fused to the wearer's identity. There is something else that might interest you, sir. Alfred brought up historical records of the opera house. The final production before the venue was closed was indeed Pygmalion, the very opera that Valentine was obsessed with. According to these reviews, it was a controversial modernization that explored themes of artificial beauty and technological enhancement. Valentine designed the masks for that production. Bruce leaned closer to the screen. So when my father redirected funding to the new Performing Arts Center, Valentine lost not just employment, but the validation of his artistic vision, Alfred finished. The timing correlates with his increasingly erratic behavior at his medical practice, the unauthorized improvements he performed on patients. He blames Wayne Enterprises for killing the art he believed in, Bruce said quietly, and now he's staging his revenge, a final performance that will transform unwilling participants into his vision of perfection. Alfred pulled up biochemical analyses of samples taken from the mask fragments. The concerning aspect is how the polymer bonds to neural tissue. It appears to create a direct connection to the brain's motor functions, allowing Valentine to control movements through musical cues. The victims remain conscious, but cannot override this external control. A puppeteer pulling strings through music, Bruce said grimly. That explains the piano's central role in his workshop. Indeed, sir. And if I may venture an observation, there's a particular cruel irony in his methods. Opera is an art form that celebrates the human voice, the expression of emotion through sound. Valentine's masks silence his victims while forcing them to perform according to his vision. They become instruments rather than artists. Bruce moved to a workbench where he had laid out components for specialized equipment. We need to develop a solvent that can break down the polymer without damaging the underlying tissue, and something to disrupt the neural links without harming the victims. I have already begun formulations based on the chemical analysis, Alfred assured him. But sir, there's something in Valentine's journal that deeply concerns me. His final performance appears to include what he calls a mass transcendence, applying his masks to all attendees, not just his chorus. Bruce's hands paused over his work. He's planning to transform the audience as well. That's why he built the machine on the main stage. It's designed for multiple simultaneous conversions. He turned to Alfred. How long until the solvent is ready? 4 hours minimum for proper synthesis and testing. Bruce checked the time, nearly dawn. Valentine's final performance was scheduled for tomorrow night, leaving them less than 48 hours to prepare. While the solvent synthesizes, I need to speak with someone who might understand Valentine's psychology better. His journal mentioned a music therapist who once treated him. The early morning sun cast long shadows across Arkham Asylum's imposing architecture as Bruce Wayne entered through the administrative wing. Dr. Eliza Kwan met him in a modest office lined with instruments, a piano in one corner, various percussion pieces arranged on shelves. all secured in ways that ensured they couldn't be used as weapons. "Mr. Wayne," she greeted him with a professional handshake, "your foundation's interest in music therapy is most welcome, though I confess, the urgency of your request was surprising." Bruce dropped the philanthropist facade quickly. "Doctor, I understand your ethical obligations, but right now, Valentine, who now calls himself Professor Pig, has abducted at least 20 people. He's surgically modifying them against their will, and plans to do the same to more." A flicker of genuine alarm crossed her features before professional composure returned. "If that's true, you should be speaking with the police, not me." "The police are involved," Bruce assured her, "but understanding Valentine's psychology might be key to resolving this without further harm to his victims." Dr. Kwan was silent for a long moment, her gaze drifting to the piano in the corner of her office. "When Laszlo first came to me, he was struggling with what he called the dissonance between inner and outer beauty. He was a gifted surgeon with genuine artistic sensibility, but increasingly unable to reconcile his personal vision of beauty with the expectations of his patients." He moved to the piano, pressing a key softly. Music became our common language. He responded to structure, to the mathematical precision of classical compositions. Bach especially. Music built on perfect patterns, on ratios and relationships that created harmony. Her finger struck a discordant note. But he couldn't tolerate improvisation, jazz, anything that prioritized expression over form. Unrefined noise, he called it. "When did his fixation on masks begin?" Bruce asked. Dr. Kwan sighed. "The masks were already a fascination when he came to me. He'd studied theatrical costume design alongside his medical training, unusual combination, but he saw them as complementary disciplines, both transforming the human form, one temporarily, one permanently." She turned back to face Bruce. "What concerned me was his growing inability to distinguish between the two. He began speaking of surgical procedures in theatrical terms, performances rather than operations." Bruce nodded, the pieces aligning with what he'd observed in Pig's workshop. "And his connection to opera specifically?" Opera represented the perfect union of art forms to him: music, visual design, narrative, all working in harmony to transform ordinary people into vessels of perfect expression. Her expression grew troubled. During our later sessions, he became fixated on Pygmalion, the myth of the sculptor whose creation was so perfect that the gods gave it life. He saw himself in that role, an artist whose vision was pure enough to transcend human limitation. "What happened when the old opera house closed?" Bruce asked. Though he already suspected the answer, it devastated him. He had been designing masks for their productions, finding a balance between his surgical work and his artistic aspirations. When the funding was redirected to the new Performing Arts Center, she hesitated. He saw it as a betrayal of true beauty in favor of commercial appeal. He specifically mentioned the Wayne Foundation's role in that decision. Dr. Kwan moved to a cabinet and removed a file, hesitating before handing Bruce a photograph. This was Laszlo before he began wearing masks consistently. The image showed a man with a severe facial asymmetry, the result of what appeared to be a congenital condition affecting the left side of his face. His features were frozen in an unnatural position, the muscles clearly compromised. Mobius syndrome, Dr. Kwan explained, a rare neurological condition that affects facial movement. In Laszlo's case, it prevented him from forming expressions on one side of his face. He couldn't smile properly, couldn't show emotion in the way others could. Bruce understood immediately, so he became obsessed with masks, perfect expressions that never change, never betray the imperfections beneath. Precisely. and his surgical career was an extension of that fixation, correcting in others what he couldn't correct in himself. She reclaimed the photograph, returning it to the file. If you're going to confront him, be aware that his pig mask isn't just a disguise, it's central to his delusion. In his mind, by wearing an obviously imperfect face, he transcends human vanity while creating perfection in others. Is there any way to break through that delusion? Bruce asked. Dr. Kwan's expression was grim. In our last sessions before he disappeared, Laszlo had begun incorporating elements of body dysmorphia with grandiose delusions. He spoke of conducting a grand performance that would transform Gotham. I recommended hospitalization, but he never returned for his next appointment. She met Bruce's gaze directly. If that delusion has fully bloomed, then logic won't reach him. The only language he might still respond to is his art. As Bruce rose to leave, Dr. Kwan added one final insight. The pig mask, it has symbolic significance beyond what I've mentioned. In many cultures, pigs represent both impurity and transformation. They consume waste and convert it to sustenance. I believe Laszlo sees himself as transforming Gotham's waste, its forgotten people, into something he considers beautiful. Night had fallen by the time Batman returned to the Opera House, now equipped with the tools needed to counter Pig's grotesque artistry. The solvent that could dissolve the porcelain masks without harming the skin beneath. A modified neural disruptor calibrated to break Valentine's control over his victims, and, most importantly, knowledge of the man behind the pig mask, his motivations, his weaknesses, the tragedy that had twisted his perception of beauty and perfection. The theater district was unnaturally quiet, even for Gotham standards. Batman observed from the rooftops as people hurried past the old opera house, eyes averted, pace quickening, as if on some instinctive level they sensed the horror unfolding within its walls. Alfred, what's the status on Gordon's forces? Standing by 3 blocks away, sir, ready to move on your signal. Medical units are prepared for the victims, with specialized trauma teams for those already altered. Batman made his approach through a different route this time, through the old fly system above the stage, where scenery would once have been raised and lowered during performances. From this vantage point, he could see the final preparations for Valentine's performance in terrible detail. The stage had been transformed into an elaborate operating theater. The conversion apparatus gleamed under spotlights, now clearly revealed as a fusion of surgical equipment and theatrical machinery. Seats in the auditorium had been restored, not with comfort in mind, but with concealed restraints that could trap an audience. Most disturbing were the rows of porcelain masks hanging from the flies like ghostly faces, waiting to descend onto their victims. In the orchestra pit, the cages containing Valentine's intended chorus remained, but now the captives were being prepared, bathed, dressed in formal attire that mimicked performers from the opera house's golden age. Some struggled weakly, others seemed resigned to their fate. Dolatrons moved among them with inhuman grace, attending to their needs with the detached care of backstage hands preparing actors for their debut. And at center stage stood Professor Pig himself, resplendent in a grotesque parody of a conductor's formal wear. His pig mask had been embellished with theatrical elements. Gold leaf around the eyes, a crown of laurel leaves suggesting classical artistic authority. He moved with the exaggerated gestures of an opera director, inspecting every detail of his macabre production. Tomorrow night, he declared to his silent Dolatrons, the city that abandoned beauty will witness its rebirth. Those who come seeking mere entertainment will become part of true art, permanent, perfect, beyond decay or disappointment. He caressed the conversion apparatus lovingly, and those who once closed these doors, who redirected funds to soulless modernism, They will be specially invited to witness transformation firsthand. Batman prepared to descend when something unexpected caught his attention. A figure entering from the wings who wasn't a Dollatron. This person moved with natural human awkwardness, shoulders hunched, steps uncertain. As they moved into the light, Batman recognized Dr. Eliza Kwan. "Laszlo," she called, her voice steady despite the obvious tension in her posture. "I received your invitation." Pig whirled, the pig mask tilting in apparent surprise. "Doctor, you came, how?" "Appropriate, the physician who failed to understand my vision, here to witness its culmination." Despite the mocking words, there was genuine emotion in his voice, a hint of the human still existing beneath the monstrous persona. "I understand your vision better than you think, Laszlo," Dr. Kwan replied, remaining at a cautious distance. "I understand that pain drives it, the pain of living in a world that values appearance over substance, that judges before understanding. Pretty words, Doctor. Psychology's mask for uncomfortable truths." Pig gestured grandly toward his Dollatrons. "I've moved beyond words to action, beyond temporary comfort to permanent solution." Dr. Kwan took a step closer. "Have you? Or have you simply found a new way to hide? Your masks don't reveal truth, Laszlo. They conceal it. True beauty includes imperfection, includes pain. It's human." Batman watched the exchange with growing tension, prepared to intervene the moment Valentine showed signs of violence. But something interesting was happening. Pike's theatrical movements had become less pronounced, his posture subtly shifting toward the man he had been before donning the mask. "You still don't understand," Valentine said, but his voice had lost some of its bombastic quality. "I'm creating what was denied me, perfect expression, faces that convey exactly what they mean, without the betrayal of flawed musculature." "Because of your Mobius syndrome," Dr. Kwan acknowledged gently, "because your face couldn't show what you felt. But Laszlo, forcing your pain onto others doesn't heal it. It multiplies it. These people aren't being perfected. They're being silenced, just as you felt silenced." Valentine's hands rose to touch his pig mask, fingers tracing its contours. "The silence is peaceful. When the face is fixed, unchanging, there's no need to constantly wonder how you appear to others, whether they can see the truth or only the flawed vessel." Batman recognized the moment of vulnerability and acted. He dropped silently to the stage behind Valentine, solvent dispenser ready. But before he could move, Valentine sensed his presence and spun around. "You," he snarled, rage returning to his voice. "Always interfering, always judging." He struck a sequence of notes on a small device at his wrist, and immediately his Dollatrons responded, moving to surround Batman with their unnatural coordination. "Bit Laszlo. Don't," Kwan called out. "This isn't art, it's destruction." "Sometimes they're the same thing," Valentine retorted, backing toward his conversion apparatus. "My chorus, protect your conductor. The performance must proceed as planned." Batman deployed the solvent in a wide arc as the Dollatrons closed in. Where the mist touched their porcelain masks, the material began to soften, crack, separate from the skin beneath. Some of the Dollatrons faltered, hands rising to their dissolving masks in confusion. Others continued their advance, Valentine's control still maintaining its hold despite the physical degradation. "No!" Valentine cried, genuine anguish in his voice. "My perfect creations, my flawless chorus." Batman engaged the remaining functional Dolatrons, careful to use only enough force to incapacitate without harming. Each one he disabled received a targeted dose of the neural disruptor, breaking Valentine's control over their movements. As they collapsed, human groans and sobs replaced the eerie silence of their performance, pain returning along with autonomy. Valentine watched his carefully orchestrated production fall apart around him, his grand vision dissolving as surely as the masks he had crafted. Something seemed to break within him, the theatrical persona cracking to reveal the wounded human beneath. "It was supposed to be beautiful," he said, voice suddenly small, almost childlike in its disappointment. "A perfect performance that would never end, never decay like everything else." His hand moved toward a control panel on the conversion apparatus. If beauty cannot endure, then perhaps its opposite should reign instead. Batman realized Valentine was activating some kind of failsafe, likely rigged to harm the remaining captives or destroy the opera house itself. He launched himself across the stage, tackling Valentine away from the controls just as his fingers brushed against them. They crashed together against the ornate proscenium arch, Valentine's pig mask partially dislodged by the impact. Through the gap, Batman could see the human eye beneath, wide with fear and anguish, tears streaming down the immobile side of Valentine's face that could not express the emotion he clearly felt. "It's over, Valentine," Batman said, maintaining his hold but careful not to cause unnecessary pain. "Your performance is cancelled." "It's never over," Valentine replied, the grandiose Professor Pig persona slipping further. "The need for beauty never ends. The search for perfection, the horror of falling short. It's eternal." His voice cracked. "You wear a mask too, Batman. You understand what it means to become something other than your flawed self." "My mask is a choice," Batman replied, "not a prison, and not something I force onto others." Valentine went suddenly still, the fight draining from him. "Choice, yes. Perhaps that's the difference, perhaps." His voice trailed off as police sirens became audible in the distance, Gordon's forces moving in as planned. As Batman secured Valentine for transfer to Arkham, Dr. Kwan moved among the freed Dolatrons and captives, offering what comfort she could until medical teams arrived. She approached Batman as officers led Valentine away, the surgeon now silent, his pig mask clutched in his handcuffed hands like a child's security blanket. "We'll need extensive treatment," she said quietly. "His delusions are deeply entrenched, intertwined with genuine artistic talent and medical knowledge that became horribly misdirected." "Will he recover?" Batman asked. Dr. Kwan watched as Valentine was placed in a police transport, her expression thoughtful. "Recovery means different things for different conditions. Will he ever see beauty without obsession? Possibly not. But perhaps he can learn to channel his vision in ways that don't harm others." She looked up at Batman with professional curiosity. "You know, his fixation on your mask wasn't entirely delusional. You both used them to transform, to become something beyond ordinary human limitation. The difference is consent," Batman replied. "Choice." "Yes," she agreed. "Though I wonder, how much of a choice did either of you truly have? Trauma shapes us all, Batman. The masks we wear in response are sometimes the only way we know to survive." As dawn broke over the theater district, Batman watched from a distance as medical teams continued treating Valentine's victims. The porcelain masks had been removed, revealing faces beneath, bruised, altered in some cases, but undeniably human, with all the imperfections and expressions that entailed. Some were crying, Others looked around in confusion. A few were beginning tentative conversations with their rescuers. Not perfect, not identical, not performing according to someone else's score, but authentic in their humanity. Later, as Bruce Wayne stood in the Batcave, cowl removed, Alfred attended to minor injuries sustained during the confrontation. A disturbing case, sir, even by Gotham's considerable standards, Alfred observed, applying antiseptic to a cut along Bruce's temple. To think that Valentine's descent began with the Opera House closure, a Wayne Enterprises decision, is not the cause, Alfred, Bruce corrected gently. A trigger, perhaps. Valentine's issues went much deeper. His inability to accept imperfection, his rage at a condition he couldn't control. One might observe certain parallels, Alfred suggested carefully, glancing meaningfully at the batsuit now standing empty on its display. The need to transform trauma into something meaningful, to wear a face that can express what one truly feels. Bruce considered this as he watched footage from the Opera House cleanup on the Bat computer. Restoration teams were carefully documenting Valentine's workshop before dismantling it, preserving evidence while ensuring the technologies couldn't be replicated. Valentine's tragedy wasn't his mask, Alfred. It was forcing others to wear his vision of perfection. Bruce touched his own face reflectively. Batman isn't about escaping who I am. It's about honoring it, channeling pain toward protection rather than control. Alfred smiled slightly. Very eloquently put, sir. Though I'd suggest the true difference lies not in philosophy, but in compassion. Valentine saw others as materials for his art. You see them as worth protecting, imperfections and all. As night fell again over Gotham, Batman resumed his patrol, one mask among many in a city of hidden faces and complex identities. Valentine's words echoed in his mind. Which is your true face? The masked vigilante or the man beneath? Perhaps the question itself was flawed. Bruce Wayne and Batman weren't separate identities, but interwoven aspects of the same being. Each authentic in its way, each necessary, each revealing different facets of the same truth. The mask didn't hide, it focused, channeled, protected. Not a perfect solution, but a human one. The moon rose slowly over the city, bathing its architecture in silver light that softened harsh edges and granted a temporary grace to even its most neglected corners. From his vantage point atop Wayne Tower, Batman could see the theater district in the distance, its faded marquees and crumbling grandeur now scheduled for restoration. The Wayne Foundation had announced funding to revitalize the area, not as competition for the new arts center, but as a complement, preserving the district's historic character while creating opportunities for artists who might otherwise be forgotten. It wouldn't erase the damage Valentine had done, nor heal his victims overnight, but it acknowledged a truth the surgeon-turned-monster had distorted. Beauty wasn't about perfection, but about authenticity. About honoring both history and potential, scars and strength, the masks we choose and the faces beneath. With that quiet certainty, Batman launched himself into the darkness, his silhouette briefly visible against the moon before melting into the shadows. A protector who understood that sometimes the greatest strength came not from denying one's brokenness, but from embracing it. As we leave behind the haunting halls of the abandoned opera house and Professor Pye's distorted vision of perfection, we turn our attention to another nocturnal mystery unfolding in Gotham's shadowed corners. The moon that watched over Batman's conflict with Laszlo Valentine now illuminates a different kind of transformation. Not one imposed by surgical tools and porcelain masks, but by the mysteries of biology itself. Where the theatre district's faded grandeur hosted our previous tale, we now move to the Gothic towers and ancient bell chambers that crown Gotham's skyline. Join us as we follow the Dark Knight into our next story, Midnight Bell, where Batman confronts the tragic figure of Man-Bat, a brilliant mind caught between human intellect and primal instinct, whose haunting cries echo through Gotham's moonlit nights like the tolling of a forgotten bell. Until our paths cross again in the shadows of Gotham City, may your dreams be peaceful and your nights restful. Gotham's rain fell like whispered secrets, each drop carrying the weight of the city's long memory as it slid down the weathered stone of ancient bell towers. These sentinels had watched over the streets for centuries, their shadows lengthening with each passing year. Tonight, those shadows seemed deeper, more pregnant with possibility. As dark clouds rolled across the moonlit sky, Batman stood motionless atop the Westwood Tower, the oldest of Gotham's bell structures, his cape gathering the rain in gentle folds. From this height, the city spread beneath him like a dark tapestry woven with threads of light, each illuminated window a silent story. But tonight, his attention was fixed on the pattern of darkness sweeping between the towers. Something large, winged, and purposeful. Third sighting this week, Oracle's voice came through his cowl. Same pattern. Appears just before midnight, circles the old district, then vanishes near the abandoned cathedral. Batman's eyes narrowed as he tracked the shadow's movement. There was something hauntingly familiar about its flight pattern, something that resonated with memory. Any connection to Langstrom? He asked, his voice barely audible above the soft rainfall. Uncertain, Oracle replied. Kirk Langstrom's been officially missing for 73 days. Francine reported him gone after he failed to return from his laboratory at Gotham University. His research notes were found scattered, incomplete. The winged figure banked sharply, disappearing behind the Gothic spires of Mason Tower. Batman fired his grapple and swung in pursuit, his movement a fluid arc through the rain-soaked night. The sensation was familiar, this chase, this prey, but something felt different. Man-Bat had always been erratic, driven by primal instinct and chemical imbalance. This creature moved with purpose, with ritual precision. Landing silently on Mason Tower's rain-slicked gargoyles, Batman scanned the surrounding darkness. The creature had vanished again, melting into the night like a half-remembered dream. In the distance, Gotham Cathedral's massive clock face glowed ghostly blue, its hands frozen at midnight for over a decade. Alfred, Batman subvocalized into his communicator, pull everything we have on Langstrom's recent research. Something's changed. I've already begun, sir, Alfred replied, his voice carrying the quiet efficiency that had anchored Bruce through countless nights. Most curious findings, if I may say. Dr. Langstrom appears to have shifted his focus from bat sonar applications to something far more esoteric. Batman fired his grapple again, swinging toward the university district. The rain had eased to a gentle mist that clung to his cape like morning veils. Explain. His latest grant applications reference medieval chiropteran mythology, Alfred continued, particularly legends surrounding bell towers and something called the Midnight Echo. Apparently, certain frequencies resonating through ancient bells. The university rose before him, its neo-Gothic architecture a more recent echo of the ancient towers that defined Gotham's skyline. Batman entered through Langstrom's laboratory window, finding the space in the same state of scholarly disarray that had always characterized the scientist's work. The lab remained untouched since Langstrom's disappearance, preserved by university officials hoping for the researchers' return. Papers covered every surface, formulas and diagrams spilling across notebooks and loose sheets in Langstrom's distinctive handwriting. But interspersed with the scientific notations were older, stranger elements. Medieval illustrations of winged figures hovering around bell towers, ancient texts translated in Langstrom's hand, and maps of Gotham with the city's oldest structures circled in red. Batman carefully photographed each document, his cowl scanning and organizing the information for later analysis. He was looking for something specific, he observed to Alfred, something connected to Gotham's bell towers. Indeed, sir, Alfred agreed, and if I may direct your attention to the calendar on his desk, he seems to have marked a recurring lunar cycle. The next date falls tomorrow night. Batman's gaze fell on the notebook open beside the calendar. The final entry, written in increasingly erratic script, read, "It's not a transformation, it's a summoning. The bells were never meant to call the faithful to prayer. They were warnings. When midnight falls, silent, they will come through." The implications settled over him like the mist outside. Langstrom had always believed he was creating a serum to enhance human capabilities, using bat DNA to overcome his own hearing impairment. But these notes suggested something far more disturbing, that he had stumbled upon something ancient, something that had been waiting in Gotham's shadows since the first stones of the city were laid. "Sir," Alfred's voice carried a rare note of concern. "I've taken the liberty of contacting Mrs. Langstrom. She's agreed to speak with you. Not Batman, but Bruce Wayne, patron of her husband's research." Batman closed the notebook, decision made. "Tell her I'll be there within the hour." The Langstrom home stood apart from Gotham's mainstream architecture, a Victorian structure nestled against the edge of the city's oldest park, its windows glowing amber against the night. Bruce Wayne approached the front door, the rain having finally stopped, leaving the air heavy with expectation. Francine Langstrom opened the door before he could knock. The month since her husband's disappearance had etched fine lines around her eyes, but her gaze remained sharp, evaluative. "Mr. Wayne," she said, neither warm nor cold. "Thank you for coming personally. It's unexpected." "Dr. Langstrom's work has always been important to Wayne Enterprises," Bruce replied, following her into a sitting room where academic texts shared space with antique furniture, "and his absence is concerning, both professionally and personally." Francine gestured to a chair as she took her own seat, hands folded precisely in her lap. "You're not here about his sonics research," she stated flatly. "You're here about the other project, the one he didn't include in his grant applications." Bruce studied her carefully. "You know about it then?" "I know that my husband found something he shouldn't have," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "Something in the university's restricted archives while researching bat echolocation in medieval bell design." She rose and moved to a secretary desk, retrieving a small leather-bound journal. "He kept this separate from his official notes. I didn't show it to the police when he disappeared. I was afraid of what they might think." She handed the journal to Bruce, her fingers lingering on the worn cover. "Kirk was brilliant, Mr. Wayne, but brilliance can sometimes pierce veils better left intact." The journal contained entries dating back 6 months, beginning with academic curiosity about the acoustic properties of Gotham's oldest bells, and descending gradually into something darker. Langstrom had discovered that the city's original planners had built the bell towers according to specific mathematical formulas, creating a network of sound that, when activated in the proper sequence, produced frequencies beyond human hearing. He became obsessed with the pattern, Francine explained as Bruce read. with finding the missing piece. Gotham Cathedral's great bell, the one that hasn't rung since the clock stopped. He called it the Midnight Bell, and became convinced it was the keystone of the entire system. Bruce looked up from the journal. Did he ever mention what he believed the system was designed to do? Francine's gaze drifted to the window, where the city's distant lights glimmered. He said it was both warning and barrier, that the specific harmonics created what he called acoustical gates, preventing certain frequencies from resonating with our world. Her voice faltered. The last night, before he went missing, he said he'd found evidence that the cathedral bell had been deliberately silenced a century ago after something came through during a particular astronomical alignment. Bruce closed the journal, pieces falling into place, and he intended to test his theory. Kirk always needed to prove his hypotheses, she replied, a sad smile touching her lips, even when testing them might not have been wise. She hesitated, then added quietly, "Whatever's out there now, Mr. Wayne, it wears my husband's face, but I don't believe it's him, not anymore." Bruce left the Langstrom home with the journal and a growing sense of urgency. The creature haunting Gotham's bell towers wasn't simply Man-Bat as he had previously encountered him. If Langstrom's research and Francine's fears proved correct, it was something using the familiar form as a vessel, something drawn by specific harmonic frequencies, waiting for the proper moment to fully emerge. Back in the Batcave, Alfred had assembled everything they knew about the city's original bell network, his methodical mind-mapping connections that spanned centuries of Gotham's architectural evolution. Fascinating construction, really, Alfred observed as Batman studied the three-dimensional model projected above the cave's main console. The original city planners built the bell towers to create a perfect resonance pattern. When all bells toll together, they generate standing wave harmonics that encompass the entire city limits, as they existed in the 1800s, of course. Batman traced the pattern with his finger, noting how each tower created a node in an intricate acoustical web, and the cathedral bell. The keystone, as Mrs. Langstrom indicated, Alfred confirmed, its particular harmonic completes the circuit, so to speak. According to these historical records, the cathedral clock and bell mysteriously stopped functioning in 1897, following what contemporary accounts described as a night of strange portents and unseemly visitations during a lunar eclipse. Batman's eyes narrowed. Tomorrow night's lunar event. Precisely, sir. A partial eclipse occurring at local midnight, the first such alignment since 1897. The pattern clarified with cold certainty. The creature, whatever it truly was, had been using Langstrom's altered form to scout the bell towers, preparing for tomorrow night's astronomical alignment. Each appearance had followed the same ritual pattern, circling the towers in sequence before returning to the cathedral. It's been testing the acoustical gates, Batman realized, learning the harmonic pattern, and tomorrow night it intends to reactivate the midnight bell, Alfred finished, completing the circuit under exactly the same conditions that brought it through originally. Batman turned to the Bat computer, pulling up everything they knew about the cathedral's bell mechanism. We need someone who understands the original clockwork, someone who can help us ensure that bell remains silent. Alfred's expression shifted subtly. I believe I know just the person, sir, though he's rather particular about his clients. The address Alfred provided led to a small shop tucked between larger buildings in Gotham's old watchmaking district. Despite the digital revolution, this small enclave maintained traditions centuries old, their windows displaying timepieces that measured life in steady, mechanical heartbeats. Maxwell Horloger's shop was the oldest, its window crowded with clocks of every description, each showing a slightly different time, their combined ticking creating a strange arrhythmic music. The sign on the door simply read, "By appointment only," in faded gold lettering. Batman entered silently through the rear, finding the shop's interior bathed in the amber glow of old lamps. The walls were lined with clocks, their faces watching like unblinking eyes, their pendulums swinging in mesmerizing patterns. At the center, bent over a disassembled mechanism, sat an elderly man whose unseeing eyes were covered by thick, specialized lenses. "I don't recall making an appointment with the Batman," Horloge said without looking up, his fingers continuing their delicate work on the clockwork before him. But then, time has always been more fluid for some than others. Batman moved closer, noting how the watchmaker's fingers never hesitated despite his blindness. "You're the last person to service the cathedral clock before it stopped." Horloge's hands paused momentarily. That was quite some time ago, almost a lifetime. His head tilted, as if listening to something beyond human hearing. Though perhaps not as long as the calendar would suggest. The mechanism was deliberately sabotaged, Batman stated rather than asked, to prevent the bell from ringing at midnight. The old watchmaker's face creased in a smile that held little humor. Sabotage implies destructive intent. I prefer to think of it as protective adjustment. His fingers resumed their work on the clockwork. "Some bells are meant to remain silent, Batman. Some midnights should pass unmarked. There's a creature circling Gotham's bell towers," Batman pressed, using Dr. Kirk Langstrom's transformed body. "Tomorrow night during the eclipse. It will attempt to complete what was begun in 1897, Horloge finished. "Yes." The cycle returns. He pushed aside the mechanism he'd been working on and stood with surprising grace for his age. "Come. Time grows short, appropriately enough." He led Batman to the shop's back room, a space that seemed larger than the building's exterior should allow. Here, hanging on the walls and suspended from the ceiling, were detailed models of every major clock and bell mechanism in Gotham, rendered with perfect precision despite the craftsman's blindness. "The cathedral clock was my first major commission," Horloge explained, moving unerringly to a large model near the center of the room. "And my most complex arrangement. You see, the mechanism doesn't simply tell time. It manages the harmonic resonance of the great bell." His fingers traced the model's intricate gears and counterweights. "In 1897, something came through when the frequencies aligned perfectly at eclipse midnight. Something that should have remained separate from our world. It took 7 lives before the bell was silenced, trapping it between resonance states. Langstrom found records of this," Batman said, "and believed he could control whatever emerged." Horloge nodded sadly. "A common human failing, believing we can harness forces we barely comprehend. Dr. Langstrom's serum made him particularly susceptible as a vessel. His altered DNA resonated with the entity, allowing it partial manifestation as it tested the acoustical barriers." The watchmaker turned his sightless gaze toward Batman. "Tomorrow night, if the cathedral bell tolls at midnight during the eclipse, the harmonic gates will fully open. What emerges will no longer need Dr. Langstrom's form as a vessel, and Gotham will face a darkness older than its foundation. How do I stop it?" Horloge's expression grew grave. "The entity can only be forced back when the acoustical pattern is broken. Each bell in the network must be rung in a specific, counter-harmonic sequence during the eclipse. The cathedral bell must then toll a 13th hour that exists only during the alignment, the ghost hour that falls between worlds. He reached beneath his workbench and retrieved a small wooden box, its surface carved with mathematical formulas disguised as decorative patterns. This contains tuning forks calibrated to each tower's bell. Use them to verify the harmonic signature before advancing to the next. One mistake in the sequence will shatter the counterspin. It cannot be made. Batman took the box, understanding the precision required. And Langstrom? The old watchmaker's face softened with something like compassion. If the entity is fully banished, he may return to himself, but his consciousness has been stretched across the threshold. He may remember everything the entity experienced, or nothing at all. As Batman turned to leave, Horloge added quietly, "The Batman is also a creature of resonance, you know, a frequency that vibrates against Gotham's darkness. Take care that in confronting one manifestation, you do not lose your own harmonic signature." The night of the eclipse arrived with unnatural stillness. The perpetual background noise of Gotham seemed muted, as if the city itself were holding its breath. Batman positioned his allies strategically, Oracle coordinating from the clock tower, Nightwing and Robin stationed at key bell towers, prepared to implement the counter-harmonic sequence if needed. Alfred remained in the Batcave, Langstrom's journals and Horloge's acoustical mathematics spread before him. "The alignment begins at 11:40 p.m., he reminded Batman. "The entity will likely begin its final approach to the cathedral at that time." Batman stood atop the cathedral's western tower, the frozen clock face glowing faintly behind him. From this vantage, he could see each of the original bell towers, their weathered stones silver in the waning moonlight as the eclipse slowly began its celestial dance. "Movement at the university," Oracle reported. "Wing pattern matching previous encounters, but larger, much larger." Batman activated his cowl's enhanced vision, scanning the night sky. There, a massive silhouette rising from the university's biological sciences building, its wingspan nearly twice what he'd observed in previous encounters. The creature that wore Langstrom's transformed body had grown, its bat-like features elongated into something more ancient and terrible, as if the man-bat form were merely a scaffolding for something still emerging. "It's following the same pattern," Nightwing reported from his position at Westwood Tower, "circling each bell point but moving faster than before." Batman watched as the creature completed its circuit of the first tower and banked toward the second. Its movements remained ritualistic, but carried new urgency as the eclipse continued its progression, the moon's light dimming incrementally. "All units, maintain position," Batman instructed. "We need to determine if it's simply following the pattern or actively attempting to trigger the bells." The answer came moments later as the creature reached Mason Tower. Instead of simply circling, it landed atop the bell housing, its transformed hands now more like taloned claws, gripping the ancient mechanism. A deep, reverberating tone sounded across the night as the bell began to swing. "It's activating the network," Batman realized. "Robin, counter-harmonic at your position, now." Robin struck the tuning fork against the stone of Park Row Tower, holding it against the bell to create the counter-frequency Horloge had specified. The discordant vibration rippled across the night, causing the creature to screech in apparent pain before abandoning Mason Tower and accelerating toward the next position. "It knows what we're doing," Oracle observed. "It's going to try completing the harmonic pattern before we can establish the counter rhythm. The creature moved with frightening speed now, reaching each tower and activating its bell before Batman's team could respond. The combined tones began creating the resonance pattern Langstrom's notes had described, a harmonic structure that seemed to make the very air between the towers vibrate with increasing intensity. "The mathematics are accelerating," Alfred reported, alarm evident in his voice. "The harmonic convergence is happening more rapidly than predicted. The entity is using the frequency pattern to pull itself further into our reality with each activated bell." Batman fired his grapple, swinging directly toward the creature as it approached Founder's Tower, the final bell before the cathedral itself. He intercepted it in mid-flight, the impact sending both figures tumbling through the air before they crashed onto the tower's stone observation deck. Up close, the transformation was more horrifying than Batman had anticipated. Langstrom's features were still recognizable but stretched and distorted, as if his physical form were being pulled between dimensions. The eyes that fixed on Batman held no recognition, only ancient hunger and alien intelligence. "Langstrom," Batman called, seeking any remnant of the scientist within. "Kirk Langstrom, you need to fight it." The creature tilted its head, a terrible parody of human curiosity crossing its distorted features. When it spoke, the voice was Langstrom's but overlaid with something else, a discordant, multi-toned resonance that made the stone beneath them vibrate. "Langstrom serves as vessel," it said, the words forming awkwardly, "as the bells serve as gates, as you serve as guardian." It extended a taloned hand, not attacking but gesturing toward the cathedral. The midnight hour approaches. The circle completes. Batman engaged the creature, trying to prevent it from reaching the final bell, but its strength had grown with each activated harmonic point. It threw him aside with terrible force, his armor barely absorbing the impact against unyielding stone. "The counter-harmonic sequence is failing," Oracle reported urgently. "The network's resonance is drowning out our disruptive frequencies." The creature launched itself toward the cathedral, its massive wings casting a shadow that seemed to swallow the moonlight. Batman fired his grapple once more, determined to reach the cathedral bell before the entity could activate it. They arrived simultaneously, Batman swinging through the massive arched window directly behind the frozen clock face, the creature tearing through the ancient wood and stone of the bell tower ceiling. Between them hung the massive midnight bell, silent for over a century, its bronze surface etched with symbols far older than the cathedral itself. The eclipse had nearly reached its zenith, the moon's remaining light taking on the blood-red hue that had marked the 1897 incident. Through the shattered clock face, Batman could see the resonance pattern connecting all 7 bell towers, lines of vibrating energy visible only during this perfect alignment. "A minute to midnight," Alfred warned. "Sir, Mr. Horlage's notes indicate that once the harmonic pattern is fully established, it can only be broken by the 13th hour. The creature moved toward the bell, its distorted form seeming to flicker between states of reality, growing more substantial with each passing second. Batman positioned himself between it and the bell, the final tuning fork ready in his hand. "I know what Langstrom found in those archives," Batman said, holding the creature's alien gaze. "I know what you are. What you've been waiting for, trapped between resonance states all these years." The creature paused, its head tilting again in that unsettling parody of humanity. "You wear a symbol of the night creatures," it observed, indicating Batman's insignia. "Yet you stand against the true darkness between worlds." "I stand for Gotham," Batman replied, "and for Kirk Langstrom, whose body you've taken." Something flickered in the creature's eyes, a momentary awareness that might have been Langstrom himself, fighting for control. The hesitation gave Batman the opening he needed. He struck the tuning fork and pressed it directly against the cathedral bell, just as the clock, frozen for decades, shuddered into motion. The first chime of midnight sounded, deep and resonant, sending vibrations through the tower's ancient stones. The creature screamed, a sound that contained both Langstrom's human agony and something far more alien. Its form began to warp more violently, stretching toward the harmonically charged space between the bell towers. "The pattern is collapsing," Oracle reported. Nightwing and Robin confirmed counter-harmonics at all positions. With each toll of the midnight bell, the creature's connection to physical reality seemed to weaken. By the 12th stroke, it had become almost transparent, its form wavering like heat distortion above summer pavement. But Batman knew from Horlage's instructions that the crucial moment would be the 13th hour, the ghost hour that existed only during the perfect alignment. As the 12th stroke faded, time seemed to pause. The massive pendulum hung motionless at the bottom of its arc, the hammer poised for a 13th strike that conventional time would not permit. The eclipse reached perfect alignment, the moon's bloody light focusing through the shattered clock face onto the bell's ancient surface. In that suspended moment, the creature spoke again, but now the voice was purely Langstrom's, frightened, confused, but human. "Batman, what's happening to me?" "Hold on, Kirk," Batman urged, maintaining the counter-harmonic tune. "Fight to remember who you are." The pendulum moved, swinging against all natural law into a 13th cycle. As it struck, the sound that emerged was unlike any conventional bell tone, a frequency that seemed to exist at the threshold of perception, felt more than heard. The creature that was both Langstrom and not Langstrom convulsed, its form yanked violently between states of being. "It's pulling me back," Langstrom's voice cried, suddenly clear and desperate. "But it doesn't want to go alone." Batman saw the danger too late. As the entity began disappearing back through the collapsing harmonic gate, it lunged for him with unexpected speed, talons sinking into his armor. The pull was immense, a vortex of acoustical energy that threatened to drag them both into whatever lay between worlds. "Sir," Alfred's voice came through the cowl, distorted by the extreme harmonics. "The resonance is taking you both." Batman fought against the pull, anchoring himself to the cathedral's physical structure, but the creature's grip remained unyielding. In desperation, he pressed the tuning fork directly against the entity's chest, where Langstrom's heart would be. The counter-frequency rippled through the creature's semi-corporeal form, creating an interruption in its harmonic structure. For a brief moment, Batman saw something like gratitude in Langstrom's eyes. Then the scientist's hands released their grip, allowing Batman to fall back as the entity was pulled fully into the space between resonance states. The 13th hour ended. The clock's mechanism shuddered once and fell silent again. The eclipse passed its zenith, moonlight returning to its normal silver glow. Throughout Gotham, the activated bells gradually stilled, their harmonic pattern broke. Batman stood alone in the cathedral bell tower, the massive bronze bell hanging motionless above him. Of the creature there was no sign, only a lingering vibration in the air, a frequency just below the threshold of human hearing. "Alfred," he subvocalized. "Status of the harmonic network?" "Completely collapsed, sir," Alfred replied, relief evident in his voice. "All counter-frequencies successfully applied. Oracle reports normal readings across all tower positions." Batman moved to the shattered clock face, looking out over the city. And Langstrom? A long pause followed. Unknown, sir. No readings consistent with either his human or transformed state. Another pause. I'm afraid we must consider the possibility that Dr. Langstrom was pulled through completely when the harmonic gate collapsed. The reality of what had happened settled heavily. Langstrom had found something in Gotham's architectural history that was never meant to be rediscovered. A secret deliberately buried by those who understood that some boundaries should remain uncrossed. His scientific curiosity had made him the perfect vessel for an entity that had been waiting patiently for the proper alignment to return. In the days that followed, Batman delivered Langstrom's research journals to Francine, omitting the final pages that detailed the harmonic gate. Some knowledge was too dangerous to preserve, even in the name of science. She accepted them with quiet dignity, seeming to understand what remained unspoken. He always believed he could control the transformation, she said, as Bruce Wayne prepared to leave her home. That was his greatest brilliance and his greatest flaw. Believing that human will could master forces beyond our comprehension. Bruce nodded, remembering the moment when Langstrom's consciousness had briefly reasserted itself. In the end, I believe it was his human will that prevented something worse from happening. Francine's smile held both sadness and pride. Then, in the way that matters most, he found the control he sought. 1 week after the eclipse, Batman returned to the cathedral, standing once more in the silent bell tower. Horloge had agreed to repair the clock's mechanism, but with specific modifications to prevent the midnight bell from ever tolling during future alignments. The city would attribute the recent strange events to yet another Man-Bat sighting, filing it alongside the many unexplained occurrences in Gotham's history. Alfred's voice came through his cowl, characteristically thoughtful. You know, sir, Mr. Horloge made an interesting observation about resonance and the Batman, about how you vibrate against Gotham's darkness. Batman watched as restoration workers carefully removed the shattered clock face, preparing to install Horloge's modified mechanism. What about it? Perhaps there's a reason the entity spoke of you as a guardian, Alfred suggested. Some legends speak of forces balanced against each other, darkness and light, chaos and order, existing in necessary opposition. Batman considered this as he looked out over the city, its lights glimmering against the night. The Man-Bat had always represented a shadow version of his own symbolism, the line between monster and protector, drawn by conscious choice rather than physical transformation. Langstrom had crossed that line unwittingly, becoming vessel to something that sought to use Gotham's own architectural heart against it. We build our cities on older foundations than we know, Batman said finally. Create symbols and guardians that echo ancient patterns, but in the end what matters is the choice, to protect rather than consume. He fired his grapple and swung out into the night, leaving the cathedral and its silent bell behind. Somewhere in the distance, a clock struck midnight, its ordinary tone carrying across the sleeping city, marking time in the conventional world, where hours followed their proper sequence, and bells served only to measure the passing of moments, not the opening of doors between realities. Gotham slept peacefully beneath its ancient towers, unaware of how close it had come to facing a darkness older than its foundations. And Batman continued his vigil, a different kind of resonance against the night, not bound by harmonic mathematics or celestial alignments, but by the enduring human choice to stand against whatever darkness might emerge, from this world or any other. As he moved between the city's familiar shadows, Batman thought he detected a faint sound on the edge of hearing, leathery wings beating against the night air, too rhythmic to be ordinary bats. But when he turned to look, there was nothing visible against the star-filled sky, just Gotham's perpetual twilight and the quiet bells of its ancient towers, marking time in their steady, reassuring cadence. 3 nights later, as Batman patrolled the University District, Oracle's voice came through his cowl with carefully measured calm. There's been a development at Gotham General. A John Doe patient just regained consciousness after being found unconscious near the cathedral the morning after the eclipse. Batman altered his course immediately, swinging toward the hospital. Description: male, early 40s, severe disorientation and memory gaps. Attending physician noted unusual brain activity patterns during his unconscious state, rhythmic oscillations that didn't match normal human pattern. The hospital's research wing was quiet at this late hour, most staff having departed save for the night shift nurses. Batman slipped in through a service entrance, making his way to the room number Oracle had provided. The man lay still upon the bed, medical monitors tracking his vital signs with soft electronic pulses. In the dim light, Kirk Langstrom's features were gaunt, but recognizably human. No trace remained of the monstrous transformation Batman had witnessed in the bell tower. His condition? Batman asked Oracle quietly. Stable but unusual. Brain scans show activity in regions typically dormant in humans. The medical staff can't explain his survival. He was found with extreme hypothermia, yet no cellular damage. Batman moved closer to the bed, studying Langstrom's sleeping form. The scientist's breathing was deep and regular, but his eyes moved rapidly beneath closed lids, as if witnessing scenes invisible to others. Langstrom's eyes suddenly opened, focusing with surprising clarity on Batman's cowled figure. "You were there," he said, voice hoarse from disuse, "at the 13th hour. You remember." Langstrom's gaze drifted to the window, where Gotham's towers were visible against the night sky. "Not everything. Fragments, like memories from a life I never lived." His hands trembled slightly as he raised them, examining them as if confirming they were truly his own. "It used me to understand your world, to find the bell pattern, but when the harmonic gate collapsed, it let you go," Batman finished. "Not willingly." A shadow passed across Langstrom's features. "It tried to take me with it, but there was a moment, just one moment, when the frequencies aligned perfectly, creating a kind of harmonic null point. I felt myself separate from it." Batman remembered the instant when the tuning fork had touched the creature's chest, creating the counter-frequency that had disrupted its harmonic structure. What was it? Langstrom closed his eyes briefly, as if searching through fractured memories. Something old, something that remembered Gotham before there was a Gotham. It existed in the space between sound waves, between moments, waiting for the right resonance to let it through. His eyes opened again, focusing on Batman with sudden intensity. "It's still there, still waiting. The harmonic gate is closed, but not destroyed. Horologe has modified the cathedral clock," Batman assured him. "The bell won't toll during future alignments." Horologe. Langstrom spoke the name with surprising recognition. The clockmaker who isn't just a clockmaker. Yes, his adjustments will hold, for now. He sank back against the pillows, exhaustion evident in every line of his body. But Gotham's bells remain. The acoustical network still exists, dormant but intact, and the entity, it knows the pattern now. It experienced our world through me, learned our science, our mathematics. Next time, it won't need a vessel to guide it. Next time, the alignment repeats in 73 years, 5 months, and 12 days. Langstrom replied with disturbing precision. unless someone triggers the sequence manually before them, someone who knows the mathematics. Batman studied the scientist carefully, noting how his gaze now avoided direct contact. Someone like you. Langstrom's laugh held no humor. I destroyed my research before I went to the cathedral that night, burned everything I'd learned about the harmonic gates. I knew it was dangerous, even as I was compelled to complete the work. His voice dropped to a whisper. But the knowledge is still here. He tapped his temple. Fragments, equations, frequencies that shouldn't resonate in human minds. I hear them when I sleep. You need help, Kirk. Specialized help. From whom? Langstrom asked with genuine curiosity. What discipline covers entities that exist in harmonic resonance states? What therapy addresses memories of witnessing reality from outside its normal flow? He shook his head slowly. No, Batman, what I need is purpose, direction. A way to use what I've experienced to protect others, not endanger them. Batman considered the man before him. Brilliant, damaged, but still fundamentally driven by the scientific desire to understand and improve the world. When you're released from the hospital, contact Lucius Fox at Wayne Enterprises. Tell him I sent you. We have resources for specialized research, including acoustical engineering applications for protective technologies. Relief washed over Langstrom's features. You would trust me? After what happened? I trust that you understand the consequences better than anyone, Batman replied. And sometimes, the person who opened the door is the one best qualified to design the lock. Langstrom nodded slowly, his eyelids growing heavy as the medication in his IV began to take effect. The resonance patterns. They could have applications beyond what the entity intended. Protective technologies, like you said. Ways to shield against frequencies that harm rather than heal. His voice grew fainter as he drifted towards sleep. I can hear the bells sometimes, still, but now they sound like warnings, not invitations. As Batman prepared to leave, Langstrom spoke once more, his words slurred but deliberate. When I was there, between worlds, I saw other guardians, other frequencies that stand against the darkness. You're not the only one, Batman, just the one Gotham needed. After Langstrom had fallen fully asleep, Batman slipped from the room as silently as he had entered. Outside, the night had deepened, a gentle rain beginning to fall once more upon the city. The drops created their own subtle music against stone and glass, a softer counterpoint to the memory of the bell's deep resonance. Alfred's voice came through the cowl, gentle but probing. Will you tell Mrs. Langstrom that her husband has returned? Yes, Batman replied, moving across rooftops toward the residential district where Francine still waited, caught between grief and hope. That he remembers being something other than himself? No. Some knowledge isn't ours to share. Very wise, sir, Alfred agreed. And what of Mr. Horloge's observation about your own resonance with Gotham's darkness? Batman paused on the edge of a Gothic cornice, rain gathering on his cape and running in rivulets to join the city below. The question deserved consideration. The parallel between his symbolic embodiment of fear and the ancient entity that had used Langstrom as its vessel. Both were responses to darkness, but with fundamentally different purposes. Resonance can amplify or cancel, Batman said finally. The entity sought to use Gotham's own architecture to create a gateway. To consume rather than protect. He fired his grapple, the line cutting through the gentle rain. What I do exists in opposition to that frequency, a counter-harmonic. Elegantly put, sir, Alfred replied, satisfaction evident in his voice. Batman swung through the rain-washed night, the familiar rhythm of movement through Gotham's vertical landscape carrying its own kind of resonance. Each building, each weathered stone and ancient spire, each modern glass tower and crumbling gargoyle, all were part of the city's deep architectural voice, its story told in materials and mathematics as much as in the lives of its people. Francine Langstrom's windows still glowed amber as he approached, suggesting another sleepless night for the scientist's wife. Batman watched from a discreet distance as Bruce Wayne's call came through on her phone, bringing news of her husband's miraculous recovery. The joy that transformed her face was its own kind of light, pushing back the shadows that had gathered around her life. Later, as dawn approached, Batman stood once more atop the cathedral's western tower. Horloge's workmen had completed the first phase of repairs, installing temporary protections until the specialized mechanism could be fully implemented. The great midnight bell hung silent in its housing, its ancient bronze surface catching the first faint light of morning. Below, Gotham was awakening, its rhythms and routines creating the familiar symphony of urban life. Few of its citizens would ever know how close they had come to facing something beyond comprehension, or that their safety had depended on understanding the mathematical properties of bells, installed centuries ago by architects who had known more than their historical records suggested. Batman touched the stone beneath him, feeling the faint vibrations of the city rising through ancient foundations. Gotham had been built and rebuilt many times, each iteration adding new resonances to its complex harmonic signature. Yet something essential remained constant, something that had called both to him and to darker forces, something that required guardianship. "Dawn patrol completed, sir?" Alfred inquired through the cowl. "Or shall I expect you home with the bats?" Batman allowed himself a small smile at the unintended resonance of the question. "On my way, Alfred, just listening to the city for a moment. And what does it tell you this morning?" Batman looked out over the awakening metropolis, its towers catching the sunrise in plains of gold and amber. "That some bells are meant to be silent, and others to sound the alarm. The difference lies in understanding which is which, and when." He fired his grapple one final time, swinging down from the cathedral toward where the Batmobile waited in a shadowed side street. As he descended, he passed between two of the building's ancient gargoyles, weathered stone sentinels that had watched over Gotham for centuries before Batman had claimed the night as his domain. Their sightless eyes seemed to follow his movement, their carved features holding secrets as old as the city itself. For a moment, just at the edge of hearing, he thought he detected the faint echo of a bell. Not the deep resonance of the cathedral's great midnight bell, but something softer, more distant, like the memory of sound rather than sound itself, the acoustical shadow of what might have been, or what might yet be, had the harmonic gates fully opened. But then it was gone, lost beneath the growing sounds of morning traffic and human voices, the ordinary music of Gotham continuing its perpetual composition. Batman landed beside the Batmobile, the night's vigil complete. Whatever ancient forces had stirred within the city's architectural heart had been quieted, at least for now. As he drove through streets gradually filling with morning light, Batman reflected on Langstrom's final words before succumbing to sleep, that he was not the only guardian, merely the one Gotham needed. Perhaps each city, each collection of human lives and aspirations built upon foundations both literal and symbolic, generated its own protective frequency, its own resonant guardian shaped by the unique harmonics of its history and architecture. Back in the quiet sanctuary of the Batcave, Bruce removed the cowl, feeling the familiar transition between his nocturnal and diurnal identities. Alfred waited with his customary quiet efficiency, a light breakfast prepared despite the unusual hour. "I took the liberty of contacting Lucius about Dr. Langstrom," Alfred mentioned as Bruce changed into civilian clothes. "He's quite intrigued by the possibility of acoustical research applications, something about frequency-based security systems." Bruce nodded, satisfied that this direction would provide Langstrom with both purpose and supervision. "Let Francine know that Wayne Enterprises will cover his medical expenses," he added, "and arrange for specialized care if his condition requires it." "Already done, sir," Alfred replied, "though the hospital reports his recovery is proceeding remarkably well, physically at least." He hesitated briefly. "As for the psychological aspects of his experience, some journeys change us, Alfred," Bruce said quietly. "Not all transformations can be reversed entirely. Langstrom will need to find his own way back, much like you did after your own journeys into darkness," Alfred observed with characteristic insight. Bruce didn't respond directly, but the parallel wasn't lost on him. His own symbol, the bat, had emerged from his encounter with fear, transformed into something that could be harnessed rather than something that controlled him. Langstrom's path had been different, his transformation more literal, but perhaps the underlying pattern wasn't entirely dissimilar. As morning fully claimed the world above, Bruce finally allowed himself to rest, the events of the night settling into memory. In his dreams, bells tolled across Gotham, their harmonics creating patterns both mathematical and mystical. But they were no longer harbingers of doors opening between worlds. Instead, they marked the hours in their proper sequence, keeping time for a city that continued its complex rhythm beneath the watchful presence of its guardian. And somewhere, in a hospital room brightening with dawn light, Kirk Langstrom opened his eyes to a world that seemed both familiar and strangely new, his mind holding equations and memories that existed at the threshold of human understanding. The sound of bells had faded from his consciousness, replaced by the ordinary, magnificent music of heart monitors and human voices and the gentle morning rain against his window. Both men, in their separate sanctuaries, had emerged from encounters with forces that existed at the boundaries of comprehension. Both carried the marks of those encounters, visible or otherwise, and both had chosen, in their different ways, to stand as guardians rather than gateways, to protect the boundaries between worlds rather than breach them, to maintain the delicate harmonic balance that kept Gotham safe beneath its ancient watchful towers. The city slept and woke and lived its countless stories, largely unaware of the mathematical music that hummed through its architectural bones, or of how close it had come to hearing the forbidden 13th hour toll from a bell meant to remain forever silent. In the quiet moments between events, between heartbeats, between the precisely measured moments that humans called time, other frequencies still waited, still listened. But for now at least, the only wings that moved through Gotham's night belonged either to ordinary bats or to the solitary figure who had claimed their symbolism as his own. And the midnight bell, hidden within its tower, remained silent, its purpose transformed from invitation to warning, from gateway to barrier. Its bronze surface caught occasional moonlight through the newly repaired clock face, the ancient symbols etched into its metal holding secrets that would remain unvoiced, its deep harmonic voice stilled by those who understood that some sounds were never meant to resonate through the delicate architecture of human reality. In time, perhaps, the memory of the entity that had used Langstrom's transformed body would fade, becoming just another strange tale in Gotham's long history of unexplained occurrences, but the knowledge would remain with those who had confronted it, the understanding that beneath the city's visible structures lay older patterns, older mathematics, older music, waiting to be remembered, or perhaps deliberately forgotten. Batman would continue his vigil, moving through the city's nightscape with the fluid grace that had become his signature. And with each swing between Gotham's towers, each silent landing upon ancient cornices and modern steel, he would create his own counter-frequency, his own resonant opposition to whatever waited in the spaces between sound and silence, between light and darkness, between the measured hours of ordinary time and the unmeasured eternity that lay beyond the 13th chime. As the final echoes of the midnight bell faded into memory, Gotham's ancient towers stood silent once more, their secrets safely guarded. Batman continued his nightly vigil, a solitary guardian moving through shadows, always alert to the city's countless whispers. 3 weeks passed in relative quiet. The creature that had worn Kirk Langstrom's form was gone, returned to whatever resonant space existed between worlds. Langstrom himself had begun his slow recovery, working with Lucius Fox at Wayne Enterprises to transform his otherworldly knowledge into protective technologies. But Gotham's respite would prove brief. As Batman perched atop the GCPD headquarters one rain-slicked evening, Commissioner Gordon approached the activated signal with unusual tension in his stride. "Another one," Gordon said without preamble, handing over a sealed evidence bag. Inside lay a pristine white card, its surface marked with an intricate pattern of dots, dashes and symbols arranged in a spiral formation. "Fourth one this week," Batman observed, studying the complex arrangement through his cowl's enhanced vision. Gordon nodded grimly. Each delivered to a different city official. No demands, no threats, just these patterns that none of our cryptographers can decipher. Batman carefully returned the card. Where was this one found? Deputy Mayor's private elevator. Security cameras showed nothing. Gordon's weathered face betrayed his concern. Whatever game is being played, it's escalating. The patterns are getting more complex, and they're appearing in increasingly secure locations. Batman's mind was already analyzing possibilities, following threads of logic to their most likely source. "I'll look into it." As he fired his grapple and swung away into the night, Batman knew that Gotham's brief peace had ended. A new challenge was emerging, not from ancient harmonic gates or interdimensional entities, but from a brilliant, fractured mind that spoke in riddles and codes, weaving patterns meant to be both puzzle and challenge. The whispering code had begun, and somewhere in Gotham's labyrinth of possibilities, the Riddler was waiting for Batman to follow the breadcrumbs of logic to their inevitable confrontation. The midnight rain washed over Gotham in gentle waves, droplets tracing intricate patterns down the glass of Wayne Manor's library windows. Outside, ancient oak trees swayed in the autumn breeze, their silhouettes visible only when lightning occasionally illuminated the sprawling grounds. The rainfall created a soothing percussion against the rooftop, a natural lullaby that had persisted for hours. Bruce Wayne sat in his father's old leather chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin as he listened to the quiet static of a vintage radio positioned on the mahogany side table. The device was an elegant relic from another era, polished walnut with brass dials that caught the warm glow of the library's fireplace. The dancing flames cast long shadows across leather-bound volumes that lined the walls, collections spanning centuries of human knowledge. For 3 nights, reports had filtered in through Oracle's network about strange broadcasts interrupting regular programming, soft melodic whispers that listeners described as oddly familiar and impossible to ignore. The phenomenon had begun in isolated pockets of the city, a small apartment complex here, a suburban neighborhood there, but had steadily expanded its reach. Now, entire districts were reporting incidents. Most concerning were the after effects. People reported losing time, waking hours later with vague memories of having completed tasks they couldn't recall starting. Some had rearranged furniture into peculiar geometric patterns. Others had written pages of text they didn't remember composing, full of references to dreams and lullabies. Master Bruce, Alfred's voice came softly from the doorway, not wanting to disturb the concentrated silence. Miss Gordon has forwarded the latest recording. This one managed to affect an entire apartment building on the east side. 27 residents, all found wandering in their hallways at 3 a.m., reciting nursery rhymes in perfect unison. Bruce's eyes remained fixed on the rain-streaked darkness beyond the window. And the pattern is consistent with the previous incidents? I'm afraid so, sir. A broadcast lasting precisely 7 minutes and 13 seconds, followed by mass suggestibility lasting approximately 4 hours. Alfred placed a tablet on the side table, its screen displaying waveform analyses of the mysterious broadcast. But there's something else this time. Miss Gordon isolated a verbal component buried beneath the melodic elements. Bruce finally turned, taking the tablet and studying the highlighted section of the audio spectrum. A riddle. Yes, sir. Rather on the nose, wouldn't you say? Bruce tapped the screen, and a distorted voice emerged from the tablet's speakers, barely audible beneath layers of soothing tones and gentle white noise. I whisper secrets to your dreams, awake but sleeping all the same. What once brought comfort brings control, when lullabies become my game. Riddler, Bruce said, the name carrying the weight of certainty. This has all the hallmarks of Edward Nygma's work, the compulsion toward puzzles, the theatrical flair, the need to be recognized for his brilliance. But, sir, this is rather a departure from his usual methodology, is it not? There are no death traps, no grand schemes demanding public attention. Alfred's brow furrowed with genuine concern. These broadcasts seem almost intimate in their approach. Bruce rose from the chair, moving toward the rain-streaked window. That's what worries me, Alfred. Riddler has always been about spectacle, about proving his intellectual superiority through public demonstration. This is different, quieter, more patient. He turned back to face his oldest friend and confidant, and potentially far more dangerous. How so, sir? Because he's not trying to control bodies this time. He's going after minds. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the glass, a counterpoint to the subtle static still emanating from the vintage radio. Bruce reached out and turned the dial, silencing it with a decisive click. I need to see the transmission points. If Riddler is broadcasting these signals across Gotham, he's using infrastructure, radio towers, repeater stations, something physical we can trace. Miss Gordon has already begun that analysis, sir. The broadcasts appear to be originating from multiple points simultaneously, making triangulation difficult. But she's identified 3 possible nodes in the old AM radio network that show unusual power consumption patterns. Bruce nodded, already moving toward the study's hidden entrance to the Batcave. Tell her to send the coordinates to the Batmobile. I'll investigate the first location tonight. Very good, sir. And may I suggest you utilize the cowl's audio dampening protocols? We don't yet know what triggers the suggestive state in listeners. Bruce paused at the grandfather clock, his hand resting on its ornate face. Good thinking, Alfred. And keep analyzing those broadcasts. There might be patterns we're missing, something that connects the victims beyond simple proximity to a radio. Of course, sir. Though I must say puzzles involving sound waves and musical patterns are somewhat outside my usual expertise. A rare, slight smile crossed Bruce's face. You sold yourself short, Alfred. I seem to recall a certain butler who could identify any classical composition within 3 notes when I was a child. Ah, well, Alfred straightened almost imperceptibly. One does acquire certain skills over a lifetime of service. I shall endeavor to put them to good use. As the grandfather clock swung open to reveal the hidden passage, Bruce cast one last glance at the rain-washed windows. Something about this case stirred memories he couldn't quite place. Echoes of childhood comforts twisted into something unsettling. The feeling followed him down into the cave's familiar shadows, persistent as the gentle drumming of raindrops against glass. The first transmission site was an abandoned radio station on Gotham's outskirts, its Art Deco facade long since surrendered to creeping ivy and urban decay. WGCR had once been the voice of Gotham's golden age, broadcasting big band music and radio dramas that captivated the city during simpler times. Now it stood like a forgotten sentinel among overgrown grounds, its elegant curves and geometric patterns still visible beneath decades of neglect. The rain had eased to a gentle mist that hung in the air like a translucent veil, diffracting the distant city lights into soft halos. Droplets clung to Batman's cape, occasionally releasing to join puddles that mirrored the clouded sky above. The silence here at the city's edge was different from downtown Gotham, less the absence of sound than a different composition of it. Wind through hollow structures, the occasional distant train, the soft settling of abandoned buildings. Batman approached silently, the Batmobile left a quarter-mile back to avoid detection. His footsteps made no sound as he moved from shadow to shadow, the environment itself providing perfect concealment. The station's windows were mostly broken, frames empty like eye sockets in a skull, yet one room on the second floor glowed with faint blue light. Technological life in an architectural corpse. The building's rooftop still supported a modest broadcast tower, its red warning light blinking steadily against the night sky, a sign that despite appearances, something inside remained operational. The rhythmic pulse of crimson seemed to match the cadence of the lullabies that had been spreading through Gotham's airwaves, a deliberate synchronization that spoke to Riddler's attention to detail. Oracle, Batman sub-vocalized, activating his secure comlink. I'm at the first location. There's power running to the building. Barbara Gordon's voice came through with perfect clarity. That matches what I'm seeing. The property's been abandoned for nearly a decade, but someone filed permits for emergency generator installation 3 months ago, listed as historical preservation measures for the broadcast equipment. Let me guess, the paperwork checks out perfectly. So perfectly it might as well have a neon sign saying fabricated. The company that filed the permits doesn't exist beyond a very convincing digital footprint that appeared exactly 1 day before the filing. Batman moved toward a rusted fire escape, testing its stability before beginning his ascent. Riddler's planning window is getting longer. 3 months of preparation suggests whatever he's building toward is significant. I've been scanning city records for similar permits at the other potential transmission sites. Found 2 more with the same pattern, abandoned AM stations brought partially back online, under the guise of historical preservation. Batman reached the roof, crouching beside the broadcast tower to examine its base. He's creating a network. The question is why he needs multiple transmission points for what appears to be a single broadcast. Coverage area, Oracle suggested. Maybe he needs to blanket the entire city. Possibly. Batman found what he was looking for, a maintenance hatch recently cleared of rust and debris. But Riddler doesn't think in simple terms. Multiple points means multiple variables, multiple layers to his puzzle. The hatch opened with surprising smoothness, revealing a ladder descending into darkness. Batman activated his cowl's night vision and began the climb down. emerging into what had once been the station's control room. Decades-old equipment lined the walls, dials and meters frozen in time, except for a modern addition at the center of the room, a sleek black server rack humming with quiet efficiency. "I've found our first piece," Batman reported, approaching the equipment. "Modern broadcast server, connected to the original transmission equipment. Automated system, no operators required. Can you access its programming?" Batman examined the server's ports. "Yes, but carefully. Riddler would have left traps for anyone interfering with his system." He connected a specialized device from his utility belt to an available data port. "Sending you a secure uplink now. See if you can mirror the system without triggering any alarms." "On it," Oracle confirmed. "This might take a few minutes. His security is intricate." While Oracle worked, Batman examined the rest of the room. Despite decades of abandonment, the space was remarkably clean. No dust on the surfaces, no debris on the floor. Someone had prepared this location with meticulous care. "Found something interesting," Oracle's voice returned. "The broadcast pattern isn't just random timing. It follows mathematical sequences, prime number intervals, with specific durations corresponding to musical notation. Music theory, more like music therapy from what I can tell. The system is analyzing response patterns from listeners, then adjusting subsequent broadcasts for maximum effect. It's learning what works best to induce the trance state." Batman's attention was drawn to a small object taped beneath the main console, a green envelope marked with a familiar question mark. "Riddler's left us a message." "Be careful," Oracle cautioned. "It could be rigged." Batman scanned the envelope with multiple detection modes before carefully opening it. Inside was a single card, bearing an elegant script. "Lullabies and alibis, memories that harmonize. What once was sung to soothe your fears becomes the key to Gotham's tears. Find the melody that lingers still, from cradle days on memory's hill. The next note waits where silence reigns, where ghostly voices still remain." Another riddle, Batman confirmed, transmitting an image to Oracle. This one's more personal. He's referring to lullabies, childhood memories. "Where silence reigns, where ghostly voices still remain," Oracle repeated. Could be referring to another radio station, maybe one that's fully abandoned rather than partially operational. "No," Batman said after a moment's consideration. "He's being more literal. He's sending us to the Gotham cemetery." There was a brief pause before Oracle responded. "The old caretaker's chapel has a carillon, a bell tower with a keyboard instrument. It hasn't been used in years, but it's still maintained as a historical landmark. That's our next location. I'll finish here first." Batman turned his attention back to the server. "Have you extracted what you need?" "Almost. The system's activation protocols are tied to specific astronomical events. Tonight's broadcast is scheduled for 2:13 a.m., exactly when the moon reaches its zenith over Gotham." Batman checked the time display in his cowl. 11:47 p.m. "Just over 2 hours. Can you delay or block the transmission?" "Not without risking a cascade failure that might trigger whatever contingencies Riddler has in place. But I might be able to modify the broadcast, strip out the suggestive elements while maintaining the overall pattern." "Do it," Batman instructed. "And alert Alfred. We need to establish a safe room at the cave, somewhere completely isolated from external broadcasts, where we can analyze what we've found." "Already on it. Alfred's converting the old seismic monitoring chamber. Its walls are lead-lined, and it has independent power and air systems." Batman disconnected his device from the server, careful to leave no trace of his intrusion. "I'm heading to the cemetery. Keep monitoring the other transmission sites and see if you can predict the coverage pattern for tonight's broadcast. Will do. And Batman, be careful. These riddles feel different somehow. More personal. I noticed, Batman replied, already moving toward the ladder. That's what concerns me. The Gotham Cemetery spread across 30 acres of rolling hills on the city's northern edge, its wrought iron gates standing sentinel between the living and the dead. Founded in the 1830s, it held generations of the city's inhabitants, from founding families whose names still adorned streets and buildings, to countless anonymous souls whose stories had faded with time. Marble angels and granite obelisks rose from manicured lawns, their stone wings and spires silver blue in the moonlight that now filtered through parting clouds. The night air had cleared after the rain, carrying the scent of wet earth and stone, of roses left on recent graves, and the ancient smell of yew trees that lined the central pathway. Occasional droplets fell from overhanging branches, creating gentle percussion against leaves and stone alike. The breeze carried whispers, not supernatural, but the natural sounds of branch against branch, leaf against leaf, a quiet symphony that could, to receptive ears, sound almost like distant voices. Batman approached on foot, the Batmobile once again left at a discreet distance, hidden behind a mausoleum bearing the name of a long-extinct Gotham banking family. His cape settled around him, occasionally stirring in the light wind as he moved between monuments with practiced silence. The graveyard at night held no supernatural fears for him. He had faced too many real monsters to be troubled by imagined ones. But the weight of accumulated grief that permeated the place was undeniable. This was a landscape shaped by loss, every stone a marker of someone's deepest pain. The caretaker's chapel rose from the cemetery's highest point, its Gothic spire silhouetted against the cloud-streaked sky. As Batman drew closer, the soft strains of music drifted through the night air. A gentle melody played on bells, so faint it might have been imagination. Oracle, he subvocalized. Do you have any record of the carillon being scheduled for use tonight? Negative. According to city records, it hasn't been played publicly in over 5 years. Yet the music continued, a delicate progression of notes that teased at Batman's memory. Something familiar in the melody tugged at him, like a half-remembered dream. He approached the chapel cautiously, all senses alert for traps or surveillance. The chapel door stood slightly ajar, warm light spilling out across the stone steps. Batman paused, scanning for security measures or pressure plates. Finding none, he moved silently through the doorway, into the chapel's main chamber. The space was empty of people but filled with sound. The bell melody now clear and distinct, playing from hidden speakers. At the chapel's center stood an antique music box, its cylinder turning slowly as a handwritten note rested beside it. Some songs never leave us, do they, dark night? Batman approached carefully, examining the music box without touching it. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the kind of heirloom that would be passed down through generations of a wealthy family. Oracle, I need you to analyze this melody. The chapel is empty, but Riddler's left another message. A music box, playing what sounds like a lullaby. Transmitting now, Batman said, activating his cow's audio recording function. The melody continued its gentle progression, the notes rising and falling in a pattern that seemed increasingly, disturbingly familiar. After several seconds of transmission, Oracle's voice returned with uncharacteristic hesitation. Batman, this melody, it's not just any lullaby. What is it? According to Alfred, it's a rare variation of an old European folk song. He says your mother used to sing it to you. It was specific to the Wayne family, passed down through generations. Her voice softened. It's called the Twilight Guardian. Alfred says it originated in northern England, but was modified by Wayne women over generations. Batman stood motionless, the revelation landing like a physical blow. The melody suddenly crystallized in his memory, notes that had been buried beneath years of disciplined focus and carefully maintained emotional barriers. Now they emerged with startling clarity, carrying with them sensations he hadn't allowed himself to experience in decades. He remembered his mother's voice, the particular way she would soften certain notes and extend others, creating a unique interpretation that belonged to her alone. He recalled the pressure of her hand smoothing back his hair, the scent of her perfume, jasmine and vanilla, and the way the bedroom ceiling would cast moonshadow patterns that danced as she sat beside his bed. Most of all, he remembered the sense of absolute safety that only a child can know, the unquestioned certainty that all was well with the world, that the darkness outside could never reach him. For a moment, the emotional impact threatened to overwhelm even his legendary self-control. His hand reached out to steady himself against the chapel wall, the stone cool and solid beneath his gloved fingers, an anchor to the present as memories threatened to pull him into the past. How could Riddler know this? He asked, voice tight with controlled emotion. I don't know, Oracle admitted, but there's something else. Alfred recognized a mathematical pattern in the notes. It corresponds to the encryption key used in the broadcast signals. This lullaby isn't just a psychological trigger, it's actually part of Riddler's code. Batman carefully examined the note beside the music box, turning it over to reveal more text on the reverse. What once was comfort becomes confusion. What once was love becomes control. Find me where the sounds of childhood echo down empty halls, where the cradle still rocks, though the child is grown. He's leading us somewhere else, Batman said, mentally processing the clue. Somewhere connected to childhood, to lullabies. The Gotham Children's Museum, Oracle suggested. They have an entire wing dedicated to the history of childhood, including a collection of antique cradles and music boxes. No, Batman replied after a moment's consideration. It's more specific than that. He's talking about the Westwood Orphanage on the east side. It was closed down years ago after funding cuts, but the building still stands, and it housed a music therapy program that was revolutionary for its time, using lullabies and folk songs to help traumatized children sleep. The timing fits, Oracle confirmed, keys clicking rapidly in the background. The orphanage's final closure was exactly 7 years and 13 months ago. The same numbers that keep appearing in the broadcast, duration 7 minutes and 13 seconds. I'm sending you the orphanage's floor plans now. And Batman, it's 1:24 a.m., less than an hour until the next broadcast. Batman exited the chapel, the haunting melody of his mother's lullaby still playing behind him. I'll make it. And Oracle, make sure Alfred stays in that shielded room. Whatever Riddler's planning, I don't want either of you exposed to it. Understood, be careful. The Batmobile cut through Gotham's empty streets, its engine a subdued growl as Batman pushed it to its limits. The vehicle moved like a shadow through the misty night, its sleek form occasionally catching the reflection of streetlights that created streaks of amber and silver along its surface. Within the cockpit, displays illuminated Batman's face with a soft blue glow as data from Oracle's analysis scrolled across multiple screens. The city itself seemed unnaturally still. Streets that would normally pulse with nightlife even at this late hour were deserted. Word of the strange broadcasts had spread through social media and emergency alerts, causing many to retreat behind closed doors, radios and electronic devices silenced. Those few pedestrians visible moved with unusual purpose, their gaits too regular, expressions vacant, already under the influence of whatever signal Riddler had released into Gotham's soundscape. His mind worked the problem from multiple angles. Why lullabies? Why target sleep patterns and suggestibility rather than Riddler's usual elaborate death traps? What was the end game of making Gotham's citizens sleepwalk through their city? Riddler's obsession with proving his intellectual superiority typically manifested in much more direct challenges, puzzles with deadly consequences that forced Batman to demonstrate his detective skills under pressure. This approach was more subtle, more patient, suggesting a evolution in Nigma's methodology that was concerning. Instead of trying to defeat Batman directly, was he attempting to reshape the battlefield itself, to alter how Gotham's citizens perceived reality, perhaps even their basic loyalty and allegiance? More troubling was the personal nature of this particular puzzle. The lullaby from his childhood was not common knowledge. It existed in no public records, no Wayne family biographies. Its existence was known only to those closest to Bruce during his earliest years. That Riddler had somehow accessed this deeply private memory suggested either a security breach of unprecedented sophistication or something more troubling. Someone from Bruce's inner circle might have been compromised. The orphanage appeared ahead, a looming Victorian structure fallen into disrepair. Its windows were dark, many broken, but Batman's enhanced vision detected the faint glow of electricity within, power where there should be none. Oracle, I've reached the orphanage. There's active power to the building. City records show the utilities were permanently disconnected when the building was condemned. Whatever's running in there is on independent systems. Batman parked the Batmobile in the shadow of an abandoned warehouse across the street, then approached the orphanage on foot. The front entrance was sealed with official condemnation notices, but a side door stood slightly ajar, an invitation. The building's interior was a study in decay. Peeling paint hung in curled strips from water-damaged ceilings, revealing layers of different colors that documented the facility's long history. Mold patterns spread across walls like abstract art, their organic shapes forming almost recognizable patterns in the dim light. Broken furniture lay scattered across warped wooden floors. Small chairs that once held children, bookshelves that once contained stories of adventure and wonder, now rotting and collapsed like the dreams they once nurtured. The smell was a complex mixture of dampness, mildew, and the particular melancholy of abandoned spaces, places designed for human presence that had been surrendered to entropy. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, a metronomic pulse that marked the passage of time in this forgotten place. The sound echoed down empty corridors, bouncing off tile and plaster to create a rhythmic background that seemed almost musical in its precision. Amidst this chaos of neglect, a clear path had been swept through the debris, the floor beneath recently cleaned. Footprints in the remaining dust revealed methodical movements, precise, purposeful work rather than vandalism or urban exploration. Batman followed the path silently, cowl sensors scanning for tripwires, pressure plates, or motion detectors. The advanced systems registered minute changes in air pressure, temperature variations, and electromagnetic anomalies, all indicating sophisticated technology recently installed within these decaying walls. The freshly cleared path led to what had once been the orphanage's common room, a large space where children would have gathered for meals, lessons, and activities. Faded murals still adorned the upper walls, pastoral scenes of children playing in idyllic landscapes, their paint cracked and peeling, but the images still recognizable. Metal tracks on the floor showed where folding partitions had once divided the space for different functions. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth cold for decades, the mantel above bearing the orphanage's motto, carved in worn letters, "Solace in Community." Now this space held a single object at its center, an antique record player of exceptional quality, its walnut cabinet polished to a rich luster that seemed out of place amidst the decay. Its turntable rotated with perfect precision beneath a waiting needle, the vinyl disc upon it unmarked except for the emerald question mark etched into its surface. The mechanical perfection of its movement suggested recent expert restoration. Surrounding this central device, in a perfect circle, were 13 vintage radios, each from a different era of broadcast technology, from early crystal sets with copper wire antennas to mid-century Bakelite models with glowing vacuum tubes. Each was positioned at precise intervals, creating a geometrically perfect ring. Though currently silent, small lights indicated they were powered and ready, tuned to different frequencies across the spectrum. "I've found Riddler's setup," Batman reported. "Some kind of elaborate sound installation." "Be careful," Oracle cautioned. "The broadcast is scheduled to begin in just under 20 minutes. Batman scanned the room thoroughly before approaching the record player. A vinyl record rotated on the turntable, unmarked except for a question mark etched into its surface. Beside it lay yet another green envelope. This time, the message inside was direct. "Congratulations, Dark Knight, on following the melody to its source. But you've only heard the prelude to our symphony of sleep. Tonight at 2:13, Gotham will hear the full arrangement, unless you're willing to be the first to truly listen. Place the needle on the record. Experience what your city will soon share, or leave now, knowing you chose ignorance over insight. The choice, as always, is yours. Sweet dreams, the Riddler." Batman checked the time again, 1:56 a.m. 17 minutes until the scheduled broadcast. "It's a trap," Oracle stated flatly. "He wants you to expose yourself to whatever suggestive programming he's developed." "Agreed. But it's also our best chance to understand what we're dealing with." Batman examined the record player more closely. "If I can analyze the content directly, we might find a way to counter its effect. And if it immediately puts you in a suggestible state, or worse." Batman removed a small device from his utility belt, attaching it to his cowl. "The neural safeguard should provide some protection. Enough for me to maintain basic awareness, even if the suggestions take hold. And you'll be monitoring my vitals the entire time." "I don't like this," Oracle said, concern evident in her voice. "There has to be another way. Not in the time we have left." Batman studied the circle of radios surrounding the record player. "These are set to broadcast whatever plays on this record. They're linked to the larger network, amplifying the signal across Gotham. I need to know what we're fighting." After a moment of tense silence, Oracle responded. "Alfred says to remind you that you've always been extraordinarily stubborn when it comes to hypnotic suggestions. Your mental discipline might provide additional resistance." "That's what I'm counting on," Batman replied. He made final adjustments to his cowl's neural safeguard, then reached for the record player's arm. "Beginning now, maintain constant monitoring and be prepared to activate the Batmobile's remote retrieval if I become compromised. Standing by. And Batman, don't get lost in there." He lowered the needle onto the spinning vinyl. For a moment there was only the soft hiss of empty grooves. Then music began to play. The melody was immediately recognizable as the same lullaby from the cemetery chapel, but with subtle differences. Additional harmonics layered beneath the main theme, creating overtones that seemed to resonate directly with the brain's natural frequencies. As the music continued, a voice emerged from beneath the melody, Riddler's voice, but gentler than Batman had ever heard it, almost hypnotic in its soothing cadence. Listen closely to the spaces between the notes, where memory and music intertwine. Remember the comfort of darkness before the fear. Remember the peace that came before the loss. Follow the melody back to where it began, before the alley, before the pearls, before the birth of the bat. Batman felt his consciousness begin to shift, the neural safeguard creating a strange dual awareness, part of him remaining analytical, observing what was happening, while another part was drawn inexorably into the music's undertow. The orphanage's common room began to blur around him, its decaying walls dissolving into another space entirely, the warm, book-lined study of Wayne Manor from his childhood. Oracle, he managed to sub-vocalize. Something's happening. The music is creating some kind of dissociative state. I'm seeing memories. Her response came as if from a great distance. Your vital signs are stable, but showing patterns consistent with deep meditative states. The neural safeguard is holding, but just barely. In Batman's vision, the orphanage room dissolved around him, its decaying walls giving way to the warm, wood-paneled study of Wayne Manor from his childhood. The transformation was seamless, every detail perfect, from the particular way firelight played across the leather-bound books to the faint smell of pipe tobacco that his father enjoyed on rare occasions. The grandfather clock ticked with its distinctive rhythm, slightly uneven on the 7th-hour chime, a mechanical quirk he had forgotten until this moment. A figure appeared in the study doorway, his mother, Martha Wayne, her face gentle in the firelight. She wore a blue dress he remembered from his 8th birthday, her pearl necklace catching the warm light as she moved into the room. Her voice carried the lullaby that now played on the record, each note perfect in pitch and timbre. The sensory recreation was uncannily complete, down to the faint scent of her perfume, jasmine with notes of vanilla, and the soft rustle of silk as her dress moved with each step. Even the particular way she would smooth back her hair with her left hand while holding a note was precisely as he remembered. It's not just suggestion, Batman reported, fighting to maintain his analytical distance, even as the emotional pull of the memory threatened to overwhelm his training. It's full sensory immersion, drawing on personal memories, reshaping them. His voice faltered as his mother's hand, exactly as warm and gentle as he remembered, brushed his cheek in a gesture of comfort he had not felt in decades. The scene shifted again with dreamlike fluidity. Now he stood in the alley where his parents had died, the narrow passage between the Monarch Theatre and the adjacent building. But something was different. The familiar architectural details were there, the fire escape above, the service entrance to the left, the particular pattern of the brickwork. But the atmosphere had changed. The threatening shadows were gone, replaced by gentle moonlight that softened every edge. The damp chill he associated with this place was absent, replaced by a comfortable evening warmth. Most significantly, there was no gun, no mugger, no falling pearls scattering across wet pavement. Instead, his mother continued to sing the lullaby, her hand extended toward him in gentle reassurance. His father stood beside her, tall and unharmed, checking his watch with the characteristic gesture Bruce had almost forgotten. The family was intact, walking peacefully toward the waiting car, the night at the theater concluding with nothing more dramatic than a pleasant conversation about the performance they had just enjoyed. The trauma can be undone, Riddler's voice intoned beneath the music. The foundational moment can be rewritten. Isn't that what you've always wanted, Bruce? To change that one night, to follow a different path? With tremendous effort, Batman forced himself to focus on the neural safeguard's feedback. He's targeting specific traumatic memories, offering alternate versions. The broadcast is designed to make people rewrite their own psychological foundations. That's why he needs the extended sleep state, Oracle realized, her voice cutting through the dreamlike haze. He's creating a city of sleepwalkers who've revised their own histories, their own motivations. Not just any revisions, Batman managed, watching as the dreamscape shifted again, now showing him a Gotham without Batman, a Bruce Wayne who had never adopted the cowl. He's targeting foundational traumas, core motivations. If he can rewrite those, rebuilds people from the ground up, Oracle finished, creates a population with new priorities, new fears, new controlling influences. In the dreamscape, Riddler himself now appeared, not the flamboyant green-suited figure of reality, but a calm, professorial version seated in a therapist's chair. "Isn't this better?" Dream Riddler asked gently. "A life without the bat, without the constant war? You could have had this peace. You could still choose it." With supreme effort, Batman focused on the physical reality around him. The decaying orphanage, the record player, the circle of radios now beginning to activate as 2:13 a.m. approached. "He's starting the broadcast. I need to destroy the transmitter before it reaches full power." "Batman, your readings are all over the place," Oracle warned. "The neural safeguard is failing. You need to get out of there." But movement had become extraordinarily difficult, as if his body were responding to two contradictory sets of commands. In the dreamscape, his mother's lullaby continued, wrapping around him like a protective cocoon, offering the peace he had lost so long ago. "Alfred," Batman sub-vocalized, hoping the link was still active. "The lullaby, there was a counter melody you used to play on the piano when I couldn't sleep after they died. Do you remember?" Alfred's voice came through, steady and clear despite the distance. "Of course, Master Bruce. It was a counterpoint I composed myself. Something to help you find your way back when the nightmares came. Play it now. Transmit it through my comlink." After a brief pause, new music filtered through Batman's cowl, a gentle but insistent piano melody that wound its way through the Riddler's lullaby like a golden thread. The sound was jarring against the dreamscape, creating dissonance where there had been only soothing harmony. The vision of his mother flickered, her expression changing from serene to concerned. The Dream Riddler stood abruptly, his therapist's calm giving way to frustration. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "You're ruining the pattern." "I'm remembering the truth," Batman said, "both in the dream and in reality. That comfort and truth aren't always the same thing. That some lullabies are meant to wake us up, not lull us to sleep." As Alfred's counter-melody continued, Batman felt his control returning. With deliberate effort, he reached toward the record player, fighting against both physical and psychological resistance. "You're breaking through," Oracle confirmed. "Neural patterns stabilizing. But Batman, the broadcast has begun. The radios are transmitting." With a final surge of effort, Batman grasped the record player and overturned it, sending the vinyl disc spinning across the floor. In the same motion, he released a series of small EMP devices that detonated around the circle of radios, shorting their circuitry in bursts of blue-white energy. The dreamscape shattered, reality rushing back with almost painful clarity. Batman found himself on one knee beside the now silent record player, the orphanage room once again solid around him. "Transmission interrupted at this location," he reported, voice rough with effort. "But the network, Already on it, Auror responded. The EMP signature gave me what I needed to identify the exact frequency. Alfred's counter-melody is being broadcast on all emergency channels, disrupting Riddler's patterns city-wide. Reports are coming in, people are waking up, confused but unharmed. Batman rose to his feet, scanning the room for any sign of Riddler himself. He wouldn't risk being here in person. This was all automated. There's something else, Oracle said. A new message just appeared on GCPD's main server. It's addressed to you. Put it through. Riddler's voice filled Batman's comlink, no longer soothing but tight with frustrated anger. Congratulations, Dark Knight, on finding the flaw in my lullaby. Most impressive. But remember, I now know what music moves your soul, what memories drive your mission. Sleep well with that knowledge, knowing I'll be composing our next movement with special care. Until then, sweet dreams. The message ended with the soft final notes of the lullaby, now distorted and discordant. We need to find him, Batman said, already moving toward the orphanage exit. The broadcast station at the cemetery already dispatched GCPD units there, Oracle interrupted, and to the other transmission sites. But preliminary reports suggest they're all automated, like this one. Riddler's controlling them remotely. Batman emerged from the orphanage into the pre-dawn darkness, the city around him quieter than usual, but showing signs of returning to normal. He'll have gone to ground, begin analyzing all his properties, all known associates. On it. And Batman, you should come back to the cave. We need to make sure the lullaby didn't leave any lasting effects. He paused beside the Batmobile, looking out over the city skyline. Not yet. There's one more place I need to check first. The drive to Gotham Cemetery passed in silence, Batman's mind working through the implications of what he'd experienced. Riddler had always been dangerous, but this new approach, targeting the psychological foundations of identity itself, represented an evolution in his methods that couldn't be ignored. The cemetery was quiet when he arrived, the caretaker's chapel dark and still. Blue and red lights from GCPD vehicles pulsed silently at the entrance, creating rhythmic patterns against the stone walls and leafy branches. Officers moved around the building, securing evidence under Commissioner Gordon's watchful supervision, but Batman bypassed them, moving like a shadow between monuments, heading instead for a different section of the graveyard, the Wayne family plot. This area sat on a gentle rise, surrounded by century-old oak trees whose branches created a natural cathedral above the graves. A wrought iron fence enclosed the plot, its gate perpetually open in symbolic welcome. Generations of Waynes rested here, their markers progressively more modest with each passing era, from the ornate Victorian monuments of the industrial pioneers to the simple, elegant stones of more recent family members. Here, beneath a marble angel whose face bore a serene expression rather than sorrow, lay his parents. The statue had been his father's choice, years before their deaths. Thomas Wayne had always preferred images of peace to those of grief. Fresh flowers lay at the base of the monument, Alfred's weekly tribute, white roses and forget-me-nots arranged with simple dignity. Batman stood before their graves, the cowl pulled back to expose his face to the gentle pre-dawn breeze. The first hints of sunrise touched the eastern horizon, turning clouds to bands of lavender and gold. Birds had begun their morning chorus in the surrounding trees, their overlapping songs creating natural harmonies far more complex than any human composition. After a long moment of silence, he spoke quietly, his voice carrying only far enough to reach the stones before him. Really had me, used my own memories against me, offered me a version of reality where that night in the alley ended differently. Bruce shook his head slowly, the weight of decades of grief and purpose evident in the gesture. And, for a moment, I wanted to believe it. His fingers traced the engraved names, Thomas Wayne, Martha Wayne, the cool marble familiar beneath his touch after countless visits over the years. Found something I didn't know was still there. That child's wish that it had all been different, that you had both walked out of that alley. The admission cost him something to voice aloud, even here alone. And I wonder if that makes me vulnerable. The graves offered only silence in return, but it was a silence Bruce had long ago learned to interpret, not as absence, but as presence beyond words. The first golden light of dawn now illuminated the angel's face, giving it a momentary appearance of gentle understanding. But it wouldn't have been truth, and you both taught me that truth matters more than comfort. He knelt, placing a hand on the cool marble. The lullaby was real, but so was what came after, the path I chose, the promise I made. As dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, Bruce rose and pulled the cowl back over his face, once more becoming Batman. "Oracle," he subvocalized, "I'm coming home, and I want a full security sweep of all Wayne family records, anything that might contain personal details about my childhood. Riddler found this information somewhere, and we need to know how." "Already started," she replied. "Alfred's quite concerned, by the way. He's made hot chocolate." A slight smile crossed Batman's face beneath the mask. "Tell him I'm on my way, and thank him for remembering the counter melody. It made all the difference." As Batman returned to the Batmobile, the first birds began their morning songs in earnest. A robin's clear whistle, a cardinal's distinctive call, the complex improvisations of mockingbirds. Their overlapping melodies created nature's own counterpoint to the night's dark lullaby, a composition that had evolved over millions of years rather than being designed for manipulation. The sounds carried a purity that no artificial broadcast could replicate, each note serving life rather than control. The cockpit sealed around him with a pneumatic hiss, creating a space of technological sanctuary. As the vehicle came to life, displays illuminated with data from across Gotham, reports of citizens awakening from Riddler's influence, confused but unharmed, security systems coming back online, communications returning to normal patterns. The city's pulse was stabilizing, its natural rhythms reasserting themselves after the night's disruption. Riddler's puzzle had been solved for now, but Batman knew the game had changed. The villain had found a new way to target not just Gotham's safety, but its very sense of self, its collective and individual identities. By manipulating foundational memories, Edward Nygma had discovered perhaps his most elegant riddle yet. Who would we be if our defining moments had taken different paths that made him more dangerous than ever before? This wasn't about death traps or hostages or ransom demands. It struck at something far more fundamental, the ability to revise personal history, to undermine the very experiences that shape character and motivation, represented a weapon of unprecedented subtlety. But it also revealed something Riddler might not have intended, that even the most carefully constructed false comfort couldn't stand against true memory, against the foundations of identity built on both joy and pain. The counter-melody that Alfred had created years ago had proven this, not by directly fighting the lullaby's influence, but by acknowledging and incorporating it into something more complete. Batman had faced his rewritten past and chosen reality, with all its harshness and purpose, over illusion. The Batmobile moved through streets now touching with morning light, the city gradually awakening to its normal routines. People emerged from buildings, looking momentarily confused before the familiar patterns of daily life reasserted themselves. Newspaper vendors set up their stands, transit workers prepared for the morning rush. A baker opened his shop with the day's first bread steaming in the cool air. The resilience of ordinary life, its stubborn insistence on continuing despite extraordinary interruptions, was perhaps Gotham's greatest strength. Within the vehicle's quiet interior, Batman allowed himself a moment of quiet certainty. Whatever new melodies Riddler might compose, whatever dreams he might try to weave, the counter-melody would remain, the truth that had shaped Bruce Wayne and forged Batman, a harmony more powerful than any lullaby of lies. Some foundations, once properly built, could not be undermined. They could only be incorporated into whatever tried to replace them. The Batmobile slipped into the hidden tunnel that led to the cave, the transition from dawn light to cool darkness marking the boundary between his public mission and private sanctuary. Water dripped from stalactites, creating percussive notes that echoed through the vast underground space. The sounds of bats rustling in the higher caverns provided a constant, living presence. Nature's reminder that this space had existed long before it became his base of operations, and would continue long after. In the Batcave's main chamber, Alfred was waiting with a silver tray bearing a pot of hot chocolate and 2 porcelain cups, a childhood comfort transformed into a ritual of return. Steam rose from the rich, dark liquid, carrying the complex aroma of quality chocolate, vanilla, and the particular spice blend that was Alfred's closely guarded secret. The butler's posture was as perfect as always, but the slight loosening of tension around his eyes revealed his relief at Batman's safe return. "Welcome home, sir," he said simply, the 3 words carrying decades of shared history. Batman removed his cowl, becoming Bruce Wayne once more. The transition was more than physical. Subtle shifts in his posture and expression marked the change, from Gotham's guardian to Alfred's surrogate son. "Thank you, Alfred," he replied, accepting the offered cup. "For everything." The older man nodded, understanding all that remained unspoken between them. Together they would analyze what had happened, strengthen their defenses, and prepare for whatever came next, ready to face Gotham's nightmares in the clear light of awakened truth. The lullaby that had nearly undone Batman had revealed something stronger in its attempt, the counterpoint melody of authentic identity, complex and sometimes discordant, but ultimately more powerful than the most seductive illusion. Outside, Gotham continued its morning awakening, the sun now fully risen above the eastern horizon. Whatever darkness the coming night might bring, for now at least, the city dreamed its own dreams, authentic, varied, and free. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.